Good evening. This is the Tuesday, May 20th, 2025 Business Operations Finance Committee meeting. Mrs. Shope, could we get a roll call, please?
Tom Hankins,
Here.
Amy Levy, and Brian Nichols.
Here.
All members are present except Amy Levy.
Okay, the next item is, could I get a approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next item is the approval of the minutes. Could I get an approval of the minutes, please?
So moved.
Is there a second? Oh, okay. I'll second. All those, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Chairman Hankins, you're up.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm rehabilitating at home. My first order of business is I would like to appoint Brian Nichols as the vice chair.
Thank you, Chairman Hankins. I accept.
And with that having said, me being not in place, I would like to ask my vice chair to conduct this meeting at the forum.
I will do that. Thank you, Chairman Hankins.
Thank you.
Get well soon.
Thank you.
Okay, the first item on the up for agenda is the monthly financials, 2A. Mrs. Elwood, you're up.
Thank you and good evening to the committee members. Tonight I have for you the financial activity report for the month of March. The materials were posted in board docs and made publicly available. Attached in the report is a detailed notes that I'm going to just highlight on tonight. The first item I would like to focus on is the cash and investment report. The cash and investment report lists all of the banks that the school district is currently has our money invested in. In particular, I'd like to point out that we do have the last few months we've had investments at PMA, and the investments have been doing fairly well. In the month of March, the investment that we had of $6 million did mature, and the interest on that investment was a little over $51,000. We did do another short-term investment of a little under. I'm sorry, was that a question? Oh, feedback, okay. Sorry. The short-term investment that we did in March was just under $4 million, and those will mature just after June 30th. And I expect those interest will be about the same rate, so a little under 30,000 should be the interest that we get back on those. Did anybody have any questions regarding the banks or the investments? Hearing none, I'll keep moving on. The next report that I wanted to focus on was our purchase order listing for the month of March. The only significant purchase order that was on this list is the flooring projects at Beloit Memorial High School and at Aldridge, and those were approved by the board before the purchase order went out, and those were approved March 4th. Moving on to the revenues for the month of March. Just to highlight a few things, we already touched on the investments, and that's why the interest is so much higher, is because that investment through PMA came matured. And then the other large revenue for the month of March is our equalization aid. So revenues in school districts are, they don't come every month at the same amount every month. They come, the majority of state aid comes in September, December, March, and June. And March was the very large payment of $17 million. The other large revenue that we received in March is the per pupil aid, and that was just over $4 million. And then there was also a miscellaneous revenue, just checking my notes here, that was the focus on energy rebates from the HVAC project that we did at the high school. That was just about $131,000. So the revenues in total in general fund are just slightly up over where they were last year. And in total for all funds, same thing. We're just up slightly more than we were last year. Budget to budget, 56% this year compared to 53% last year in March. And then moving on to expenditures. So the month of March is kind of one of those, where is my expenses here? Is one of those unique months, again, like we had a few months ago, where the comparison of salaries for, salaries in March compared to, the salaries in March compared to salaries in March the previous years, you can't really compare them because we had, let's see, we had 2 payrolls in March of this year compared to 3 payrolls in March of last year. So to compare March to March, it doesn't really make sense. So realistically, we look at year over year, and year over year, we are down slightly from where we were last year for salaries and benefits, partly due to cutting positions and partly due to going to contracted services for some positions. The salaries and benefits, however, do account for 81% of our $4 million in expenditures in March. The other item I wanted to point out was the contracted services are up slightly, well, they're up quite a bit from last year because we do have more contracted services this year than we did last year. And then overall, though, our year over year, we are down quite a bit. The reason why we're down quite a bit in general fund is due to ESSER dollars, not having as many ESSER dollars this year as we had last year. And in the only other thing I wanted to really point out was the, if you're looking at debt, the year over year or the month to month, we did have that large payment of $14 million last year that we don't have. I mean, we wouldn't have that ever again going forward. So that's why when you look at year over year at the bottom, there's such a difference because of that $14 million payment last year compared to this year. Did anybody have any questions on the expenses or the revenues? Okay, I'll keep moving.
I do not. Chairman Hankins, can you hear? Are you hearing all this, and do you have any questions?
Yes, I hear it. No, I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the last item I wanted to really focus on was the fund balance report. And if you look at the fund balance report, the reason why we have such a large fund balance at this time of the year is, again, related back to the equalization aid that we had received in March. And the only other report on the, other report attached was the aging report. And there's nothing of significance really on the aging report. This is basically our billing of other school districts for our homeless transportation share. So going back to here, year over year, we're pretty in line with last year for expenses and revenues. Was there any other questions from the board, or?
Well, the question that comes up about every month is looking forward,
Yep.
which I know is challenging,
Yep,
especially in
so-
today's world, but
Yeah, it is.
June 30th.
Yep, so
what's your
I
thought?
have been doing some forecasting forward, and we're pretty close to being either right at revenues equaling expenditures, or just maybe even slightly in the black, which would be good. You know, sometimes at the end of the year, though, there's things that come up, like the health insurance is a big unknown, unfortunately. But we are pretty close to not having to use the OPEB dollars at year end.
That's good to hear. I don't have any other questions. Board President Johnson, do you have any questions? Board Chair Hankins, any other questions on the financials?
No, I don't, sir.
What did he say? Was that, no, you didn't have any questions?
That is correct. I do not have a question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will move to the next item. Item 3A, 2024-25, request to purchase new line boards and district device overview. So,
I'll kick us off with this conversation. So what you have here is just a classroom technology request and update. We have been looking at many different contracts naturally as it pertains to where we could possibly have some reductions in savings. We did have some conversations with our TC Network department as it pertains to some of those technology requests. And I'll turn it over to the button pushers, the Advance the Slide group, and we'll kind of walk through the conversation with Mr. Williams. So we are seeking, and I can turn over to you guys to discuss what you all are seeking.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Yep, we are requesting approval to purchase 70 new line interactive boards to replace the outdated and non-functioning smart boards that are currently in classrooms in the district. Over the past 4 years, they've been successfully gradually transitioning to new line boards. And I think there's, how many new line boards already? We have it in here, 69. Yep, we have 69 currently in use, and that's the goal in the future, is to move to those boards.
My name is Brent Williams. I'm speaking on behalf of Jake Slayback for tonight. Thank you.
thank you.
So our priority is to replace 70 displays, as Stephanie mentioned. Currently, we have a low bid quote from CDW for $1,900 a unit. Along with CDW, they also provided us with a 7-year advanced replacement warranty instead of 5-year that was provided from 2 other quotations. The boards also include all the necessary hardware to put them on the wall. There's no subscription costs and no additional software or monies needed to support the boards. So why are the new displays needed? Like Ms. Elwood mentioned, the smart boards are 10 to 12 years old, and they're getting pretty old. They're hard to maintain. Parts are expensive to replace or hard to find, and they're beyond our replacement cycle. Immediate classroom impact if not replaced. So for example, if the smart boards are not replaced, the smart boards will continue to experience problems. Projectors fail, boards fail, and other components just will not be working in the classroom, so that experience is degraded. The new lines will be a major upgrade, and the new lines will also complement Chromebook integration well, which will help me touch on the next topic. So in addition to the new lines, we're also looking at selling our MacBooks. Our MacBooks are currently on a 3-year lease, and that lease expires July 1st. And so those devices are due to be collected. If not, if we collect them and sell them back, then we have an estimated budget savings of $550,000 for the next 3 years, because we won't be committed to a new lease cycle. Staff currently have 2 devices, a MacBook and a Chromebook, and the goal here is to just have them maintain and keep their Chromebook. In addition to, by selling the MacBooks, there's a management cost associated with the devices, the MacBooks, and so by selling them back, we can have an additional savings of $6,000 a year and not paying those as well. And then using Chromebooks for both staff and students creates a consistent platform, which simplifies support, training, and ensures full compatibility with the new line boards. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple questions. So does every classroom have one from?
No. There are a mix of classrooms that have televisions, and there's classrooms that have smart boards and projectors. The new lines will be focused on replacing those that use more of the interactive or the manipulatives in the classroom, math, science, and other grade levels like that.
Great. So will this be it for the 25-26 school year?
No, this is a purchase for the 24-25.
24-25.
Yep, and it is within the budget.
Okay. But this will be it for the year?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No questions? Oh, Board President Johnson?
The 550,000 budget savings by not using the MacBooks, did I hear you that that's for the 3 years, or is that per year?
If we were to commit to another 3-year lease with Apple, the savings would be approximately $550,000. So per year, depending on the lease option that we were to choose, it could be between $160,000 to $190,000 or more per year savings. Just depends on which lease. If you were to move forward with that, which is not where we're asking, that's where those savings would come from.
Let me follow up that, because I got the same. Sir, Mr. Nichols, Ms. Nichols? Yes. I have a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Garrison.
Thank you. Real quick, so I want to make sure I heard the same thing that Mrs. Johnson was hearing. We creating a budget savings of approximately $550,000. Is that per year, or is that one time?
That would be, you would say one time, or?
It's one time because it depends on what we would purchase. So we looked at, or they looked at lots of different options for teacher devices in lieu of the MacBooks that they currently have. So if they redid a lease, you would break that cost over 3 years. But if we did an outright purchase, the highest one was, I think, over $600,000. And then we were kind of looking, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Board Member Hankins, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you. So could I get a motion to approve the purchase of 70 new line boards not to exceed $135,000?
So moved.
Second?
Have a first and a second. Any discussion, further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 4A, long-term debt. And Mrs. Elwood, you got it again.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. So the presentation that I'm going to share today, I asked Kevin Mullen, who is our representative from Baird, to put together a few slides just to kind of give you an overview of the district's debt position right now. And so debt can be in districts comprised of two different types of debt: referendum debt and non-referendum debt. Referendum debt is over and above the revenue limit. So say, for example, your revenue limit is $100 million and you go to referendum for more debt of $10 million, then your Non-referendum debt, however, is within your revenue limit. So say, for example, that you go to you take out debt within the revenue limit, then when you pay back that debt, you have to do it within your revenue limit. So your payments, if your payments are $1 million a year, you have to take that out of whatever you have within your general fund to spend for the year. There are a couple of nuances to non-referendum debt. The $1 million is the board has the authority to do up to $1 million in debt without going to a resolution for it or going to the public for approval. If you do more than $1 million, that involves doing a resolution and then publishing in the newspaper. And if within that 30 days waiting period, the public can ask the board, can petition the board. If they get 20% of the electors to sign the petition, they can force the board into going to a vote for the public in order to approve that debt. But if nobody petitions the board, then the board can automatically take out that debt. This next slide is just a overview of how much debt a school district can take out. The districts are allowed to take 10% of your equalized value for the municipalities that are contribute to the school district. So the school district of Beloit, our debt limit is $292 million, which seems like a huge number. Hopefully we would never need that. But that is what is in state law. This next slide is our Fund 39, and Fund 39 is our referendum debt. So we have very little referendum debt at the current time. The last time the district went to referendum was in 2012, and there's, let's see here, only a little over $2 million remaining. Now currently, if you go back to the fund balance report, and I should have pointed this out, I'm sorry, we have just over $2 million, or I'm sorry, $2.6 million currently in fund balance, so we could pay this debt off. We have not done that yet, and we need to strategically look at timing when we pay that debt off and where we are with our mill rate for the next year and stuff. So that's kind of one of those planning things that we need to do for 25, 26, 26, 27 school years. Does anybody have any questions regarding the referendum debt?
I have a question. Hang on a second, something popped up. So talking about what you mentioned about looking forward.
Yep.
And so when will we need to do that?
I would need to talk to Kevin Mullen about if there's a requirement that we have a deadline to do it by. I know there's like some arbitrage laws that we can only hold those funds for so long. I don't think we've run into that yet, because we just levied for this monies within the last couple of years. But the timing piece of it is if you pay the debt off, then it affects the mill rate for the following year. Right. So you want to kind of time that so that you're not causing that mill rate to go up and down too much.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll wait for you to tell us more when we need to know.
Yeah, and we'll probably look at it probably after January 1, because there's some timeline things that we have to do before we can pay that debt off too. There's a board resolution that has to happen, and I think there was a notice that has to happen to the federal government, because part of that debt is the QSEB bonds, and the QSEB bonds, there's a rebate from the federal government on part of the interest on that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Board President Johnson.
In real simple terms, and just real briefly if you can, and I know those are lots of ifs and big ifs, can you explain what the pros and cons are of paying off long-term debt early?
The pro is that you save on interest payments. So just like on your home loan, if you prepay your home loan, you don't have that interest payment then in the future. The con on it is just that it affects that revenue limit balance in the next year after you pay it off.
And that's important because we've not had a successful referendum, and it would potentially affect that.
Correct. And you want to keep your future planning, you want to keep that mill rate fairly consistent if possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay,
Board Chair, Committee Chair Hankins, did you have any questions regarding the long-term debt?
Well, Stephanie, you're going to keep going, right?
Yes, I have one more slide.
Okay. I'll wait.
Okay. So this next slide is a summary of our referendum, or I'm sorry, our non-referendum debt. So this is debt that's within our revenue limit. So when we make the payments on these, they have to be, we can't tax extra for these payments. They are within the same revenue limit as for general fund. And we have two debts that are sitting here. One was from the bonds for this building, and one is for the bonds that were taken out for the WRS liability.
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
They were for the WRS liability. So years and years and years ago, back in, and these have been refunded a few times. The September 1st, 20 date on here is the most current time that they were refinanced. Is there any questions on?
I do.
Board Member Hankins?
Yeah, number one, I don't know what WRS means. And number two, to the bonds issued on the building you are now sitting in, if I remember looking back with Mr. Chady, actually, those payments are going to start accelerating in value. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So if you look on the list on the screen, that is correct. They go up from 200,000 to 395 in 2028, and then, yeah, they go up from there.
So if we were to have extra funds to pay that off, now would be a good time to do that. I mean, irregardless of the mill rate, because we still have a lot. We're paying a lot of interest right now.
So the extra
And we
funds
will-
that, oh, I'm sorry. So the extra,
Well, I'm just trying to, yeah, I'm just saying to make a statement that if we had the extra money to pay what was the balance on that, Stephanie, 4.5 million, something like that?
the bonds on are 4.8.
Collect.
Yep, they're
Yep.
4.8, but the money that we have sitting in Fund 39 cannot be used to pay this debt. It can only be used for
Okay.
the non-referendum, or the referendum debt. It cannot be used for the non-referendum.
And how much is in Fund 39?
There is 2.6 million.
Okay. Okay. And those are the only two non-referendum long-term debts? I thought there was actually two smaller ones, like in the $100,000, $200,000 area.
Yep.
When I looked at them back then. But
The last payments for those were completed this school year.
oh, cool.
This
Thank
is
you.
where we're at
That's
today.
good news. Very good. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, just to clarify that again, the funds that we have sitting in Fund 39 cannot be used to pay this debt off. It can, because when you go to tax levy, you can only tax levy for certain funds.
So this debt could basically only be paid for with fund balance?
Correct.
Yep. Okay.
That's correct, with fund balance, or let's say we had a positive year, and like extra savings
Right.
or whatnot, then you can pay it that way as well, correct? Now, I need to probably add this too. With these two debts that we still have sitting out there, the board and I, of course, will need to sit down and look at, if we get to that point with extra funds, where we want to put that money back towards. Naturally, we can look at, of course, paying off debt, or we can put it towards, I'm just going to put it out there, salaries and benefits. We can put it towards the fund balance itself. So there's different avenues we can take if we have those extra funds. Okay, so make sure I put
Yep.
that out there.
And those will be discussions after year-end close.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Board President Johnson, anything? Board Chair Hankins, any additional questions?
Just a clarification. So Stephanie, we do have $2 million in referendum debt outstanding, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And
And and
the funds in 39 could pay that off.
that is correct. That's the intent of those dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Let me also note that, and I know Mrs. Elwood could also contest to this, our district is carrying little debt. And that's amazing for any school district across the state of Wisconsin. It's not unlikely that you will see things like this, as it pertains to like carrying little to no debt. If I say unlikely, I know for the school district of Beloit, with our quote-unquote needs that we do have, naturally we would think that debt will be followed by that. However, in the school district of Beloit, we carry very little debt. And so I think sometimes that's missed in our conversations.
Good point.
And so I just want to make sure we just note that, as it pertains to this public conversation, that we carry very little debt here in the school district of Beloit. So we really are using the funds that we currently have to operate our school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for bringing us up to date. Okay, the next item on the agenda is district real property sale discussion, 4B.
Yes, so Mr. Nichols, Board Chair Hankins, what we wanted to do today is just to make sure that we kept this in the forefront of the conversation. We are listing our properties for sale. We will be. And naturally, in that space and in that conversation, we wanted to make sure that we gave the committee an opportunity to ask our Century 21 agent any just general questions that y'all may have. It allows us to kind of keep a running list of questions that you may have at least. And then, of course, we would capture those and probably bring them back to the full board just to answer any questions that y'all might have. I thought this would be a nice discussion space. Naturally, when we're looking at our deficit that we do have, we know that there's been some interest in the buildings that we currently have that are currently vacant. And so we wanted to make sure that the public did know that we are still, looking to move this conversation forward. There's a few items that we have to, determine with the full board. However, this is a conversation that we are definitely still in and venturing into as we move forward. I would like to thank Mr. Marquez. I want to get it right. I want to say Mike, but it's Mike Marquette. I know, and I want to get it right, so my apologies. Mr. Marquette. And then also want to thank Mr. Bricko for, of course, working with me in this space. Naturally, Century 21 was part of the 3 bids. We decided to go with their space to work with us in this space. And so without further ado, I would like to turn it over to the board just to ask any general questions that y'all might have about, open questions that you may have about the listing of our properties and or just general thoughts for our team here. So thank you.
Thank you. I love the opportunity to be here in front of you guys. I know most of you, but just real quick, Mike Marquette, Century 21 affiliated, been a broker for 20 years. Took the opportunity to present our RFP, and you guys went with ours at this point, and we're happy to, myself and my team, who's not here right now, but to help you in any fashion, form, whether it be lists, advice, list multiple, list none, lease, whatever we could do for you guys. And then I'm here to answer probably any questions. I'm assuming you had the opportunity to read our RFP and see how we're going to market the property, but this is an open forum for me. I'm happy to answer any and all questions, and I probably have a few questions myself. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask or not, but I don't know if you want me to start just kind of going through the process, what this would look like if you move forward with the listing with us.
Yes, we're going to list.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Sure.
But I just want you just to share with the board, in this case the committee, any insight that you have as it pertains to listing properties and
Sure.
some of the great things that comes from that process and how long it takes from a sale perspective. Just that general overview.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're kind of ready at a moment's notice. It's a very simple process on our end as far as treating this like a regular commercial transaction with some caveats, obviously. In this case, your board would have to, approve of a purchase price or a list price. I know you had two appraisals, two different appraisers appraise the McNeil building as well as the Wright building. And I understand you're just looking to lease the building adjacent to us, which that's a pretty simple process. It's a nice office space over there. You can compare a lot of the price per square foot, triple net to what Hendricks has going downtown. So that'll be an easy one as far as what to market that at. The two other properties, that's where it's going to be a little bit more of a difficulty. In my experience, we've not necessarily sold a lot of the schools in the area here, even some of the ones with the school district over the last decade or so. We've been on the buying side traditionally. So we're very well versed in what these buildings typically, who is attracted to them, what typically is going to be the price point they're looking for. And in these areas with the way it's zoning PL1, it's very limited use of what that is going to look like the way it stands here today. If you're familiar with the zoning, it's public land institutions. So green space, parks, you can have churches, schools. There's some conditional uses, the fire department, police department, post office. There's not a lot of movement or leniency in what you can do there. So somebody could, if they chose to, come forward and want to purchase the property and have a different use that's not allowed with the current deeds. So they would have to probably propose that in an application for the city and get a city vote on that, which I would suspect for just tax revenue, the city would be open to those conversations depending on what that end user looks like. So that's not a major hurdle, but it is one we see going through these. Typically, we see what we've sold, whether it be Town View, whether it be some of the other schools, churches are interested. We've really kind of seen that dry up somewhat, though. A lot of the churches are in financial troubles these days, don't have a lot of capital working for them. Private religious schools would have interest. Me personally, since it was publicly noted in the actual newspaper, I've had several agents call me and say, what's the price going to be and when's it going to be listed? And I basically said, I don't have those answers at this point. So I know there is general interest as of today, which is a good sign. These buildings, if you were to rebuild them where they're at today, they could be up to $100, $125 a square foot. McNeil would probably be a $15 million build. Or higher, yeah, exactly. With that being said, I was there and I bid on the Townview School a year or two back. And a little bit, that's only 10 acres, so a little bit smaller footprint. The school's a little bit smaller. But when I went to the school district of Turner, I recommend them, and oddly enough, I said a price between $300 and $500. I can't give you an exact number because I don't know who's going to come and who that end user is, and what are they going to have to do to repurpose this property. And at that bid, it went for $483. So that would be a comp. I think a lot of the people in this local 30-mile to 40-mile radius is going to look at that school and kind of compare them a little bit of apples to apples, even though it's a tad bit smaller. So that's right there. Like the appraised values that I received looked pretty accurate to me. With that being said, if somebody really, really wanted that space for its kind of current use, which I think your board probably needs to discuss, are you willing and would you entertain competition if it's seen as competition in the market here to purchase that? that would probably be your highest and best use and probably your highest value for a purchase price, but it also comes with, in my opinion, off the record, I guess, unless this is on the record, some public pushback. And so I think that's something that definitely probably has been and will be discussed with your board moving forward. But the process for me is when you guys say, yes, we'd like to move forward, we feel comfortable at this price, at this term. Typically a building like this, I think you're gonna get a lot of interest depending on the price. I can't see this being a long drawn out issue. I believe you will get, whether it be local here, I think your buyer's going to come probably within 30 miles from this area here. I don't think this is going to be a big national, somebody coming in looking to develop something on the west side of Beloit or even into down or up where the right school's at. I think your purchaser will be from this local area. It probably, quite honestly, will probably be with one of my agents or somebody within this local market here. I've got 210 agents between Janesville here and Roscoe. We're probably 1/3 of the entire market. You'll have some commercial, just like some of the people that put in their bid. You'll have some commercial clients from commercial broker houses coming in, but it's probably going to be somebody local here. We've already, like I said, have people that are inquiring. It's just a matter of when and how much. Our terms are typically 6-month contracts. They're bilateral. We can't extend them without your permission. And we can work through. We go with the Wisconsin State approved WB5, which I think you guys may have received a copy of it. Everything is basically boilerplate information. There's no hidden fees in there. We get paid a commission upon the successful close of the property, and that's really all it comes down to. We have some duties and standards that are owed to you as our clients: confidentiality, fiduciary responsibility. We will probably be bringing in our own customers and buyers as well into the property, so we just have a duty to be honest and fair with them as well. But in this scenario, you would be our client in this situation, and so I would present any and all offers to you, give you the pros and cons, and then clearly your board would then make a decision on if you want to move forward or not with that. I found in these types of properties, it kind of becomes irritating to whoever's in building services or whoever's maintaining the building to have people constantly trying to come and get into the building. So I typically require the other agent or the client to have some sort of proof of funds or show ability to actually purchase, because you'll have a lot of people call that have no reason or rhyme or should not be looking at this building. So pre-approved, whether it be funds in an account or through a local bank or association here. I found it in our best interest to not just open it to any and all showings. Usually have deadline or predated dates where you can come and view. That way we get people in here, we can walk them through. It kind of shows also if you have multiple people at the same time, it's a call to action. They know that there's other people interested, and if we give them a limited time and limited dates to get in here or get into there, it's almost like you create that auction type feel. So that would be my recommendation moving forward. Pricing, again, there's no magic wand or bullet what the price is going to be. Whoever purchases this, unless they just have a lot of cash they want to throw at a building that needs, quite frankly, I revert back to the McNeil because that's probably the larger building. Obviously, is a roof at the end of its usable life. No sprinkler system. If you repurpose that, you're probably going to have to put that in there to get it up to code. So you do have some deterioration in that property. Everybody that's going to purchase is probably going to get financed. And a finance, they're going to go and they're going to have a commercial appraisal. And in this community, in this market here, there's probably 4 or 5 commercial appraisers. I've already seen the appraisals that have come through. Those are people that you traditionally get the appraisals from the local banks in this area on their portfolio loans. So for them to, it's going to have to appraise out for them to move forward with the bank. So even if somebody wanted to offer you pie in the sky, incredible money way above and beyond its value, unless they're paying cash, they're probably going to get denied their financing. That will be a hurdle. So we want to make sure we list it correctly and at a reasonable price that will bring in entertaining buyers. And that also comes into the timing and the movement of how quickly you want to get rid of these properties. And the leasing, we'll have to discuss what that looks like if you're leasing the building by itself or suites. We can talk about that. There will be we're basically running out of leasable spaces that are grade A office space. So that will be attractive in this market here. So at that point, I guess I'm open up to any questions. I can continue or.
So you say you've already had some interest.
Correct.
Okay, that's good.
Yep. In cases like this, I mean, most of the time the agents that are calling me, they will not tell me who their buyer is or intended use. They don't want that getting out because it's usually sensitive information. And I know you're aware that we do have a client from our office that works with Rock County Christian that has showed interest, and I know has reached out to several people within this room here. So that's why I brought up what is the board's appetite for a quote unquote competition in the market. They're already in the market, but acquiring that space. Or in commercial, it's not like housing though. Housing, you have fair housing, discrimination, those sort of things. In commercial, it's very unique. You can pretty much pick and choose what you'd like to move forward with. With that being said, could you throw and I've thrown around the idea, could you put a deed restriction that would say schools could not be there? From what I've read with other precedent, that doesn't seem like that would be something to be considered unreasonable from what I've seen some civil law case, or not civil law case, but state law case. So I've told Tommy, because that question came up, that I would continue to look into that if you could restrict the use of that. But ultimately, whoever purchases it, even if you could always have what's called a straw buyer, and then they passed along and assigned to the end user anyway. So I'll dig into that deeper. I know that was a question that you probably do have, or at least have discussed. So.
It's done that before too with the old Lincoln Junior High.
Okay.
They put the deed restriction.
Did they? Okay. Okay. Perfect.
So you mentioned this, I think. So you're advocating almost like an open house for a home, but for
More for
commercial building?
safety, security, and how often do your people want to go down and open a building and have someone walk around for 2 hours? Because you get through that space. It's a large. I went to school there. I remember getting from one class to the next, and I was late, and you had 10 minutes. So if I couldn't make it there walking, I think it helps us at the same time draw in like that open house traffic. Yeah, you multiple people at the same time viewing the property or viewing the building does give you that. I better get moving on if I'm going to do something. I know I'm not the only one, because it's a private showing. I don't know what kind of activity has been going on. But you don't have to do it that way, but I find that works best in these situations.
And being commercial versus residential, would you do that during the week versus on a weekend? I'm just curious.
Those people, they're typically going to want to look during the week. Yep.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay.
Because usually they're bringing some sort of staff member, some maintenance person, a contractor. Getting them all assembled on the weekend is very difficult. So,
Right. Okay. Well, I don't want to hog this. So, any other Board President Johnson? Do you have any questions, or Board Chair Hankins? Do you have any questions for Mr. Marquette?
Yeah, Mike, just one. If a developer wanted to develop that land and have to change the zoning on it, how long of a process is that? Even if with the friendly council and like you said, it's still going to take a certain amount of time to get it through, so they would know whether it would be granted or not.
yeah, TJ, Nee, and his team, they're very quick these days. So once his board approves at the application process, it usually is a 60 to 90-day window. And typically what you find in this community is if it's in a really centralized or densely populated residential area, you get a lot of feedback and kickback that they don't want that in the area. I think in that space out there, it's far enough removed and more ag and commercial and warehousing that I don't see that being an issue on that west side of town there.
I also thank you, Mike.
Yep, and that potential purchaser doesn't have to wait. In fact, they have to have an accepted offer prior to that application process starting for the rezoning. So they would know that they would have to then purchase first, then have that be a contingency to move forward.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem, Tom. Thank you.
I have a question, and I don't know, Mike, if you can answer this, or if this would be better, Tommy Bricko, if you could answer it. Historically, I have heard that the soils in the west side of Beloit are very limestone based and difficult to build on. Obviously, we have a school building out there that has been there for decades. If somebody was interested in purchasing that property and developing it for more housing, do you know the soil conditions if they wanted to build more on the, would that be the north side of the property where the play fields are?
So when I read through the soil portion of the appraisal, there is limestone there, and I do believe when they first constructed it, they were aware, and that's why there is no basement. So definitely like where that building is, which if you were going to develop it, you probably would raise that building. So I believe they would run into issues, but with that being said, there's not a whole lot of land of that size available. For example, if you go just north of Woodman's, you have Trevino and Cristela Heights. I think it's called Western Hills. There's 22 buildable lots. That one builder came in and purchased all of them from the city, and they've had to dig out the limestone. And so some of them, I mean, in housing today, yes, a basement is important. So somebody that was going to develop this would get the soil samples prior to, or make that part of their contingency as well. But you can, the big thing, what a developer would do is which you may even see is if they can't build basements over there, then a lot of them will build side-by-side condos without basements. They just pour slab foundation. So.
For the soil samples, do you have any idea what those run? And is that a cost that would be a burden to the school district or to the purchaser?
Soil samples with a phase 2, which is more looking for contamination, but you're going to run, it's going to be a couple thousand, it's probably $1,500. But in that offer, because you're selling this as is, in my opinion, that would be a burden that I would say in any negotiated offer that would be a developer cost. And they're typically, they have their own people they've used in the past, and they know it's part of their due diligence process. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
This is just a general
Dr.
question.
Garrison, go
Thank you. This is just a general question. So I hear about the basements not being available from a limestone perspective, but so right now it's parking there,
Mm-hmm.
and so naturally the parking can stay the same, but then you can have apartments. Let's just give you an example: housing above that, like parking in the garage or on the first floor or whatever you want to call it, and then from there, is that
Any type of multi-dwelling is probably not going to have a basement. Yeah, so which is going to be attractive because you can put in more product on a smaller space footprint when you have multiple, whether it be two or three story buildings, apartment complex, whether it be now you see some townhouse row housing that's going over next to Turner. Those have no basements. So you're seeing more creative ways for developers to save money, and not pouring a basement is one of them. So for affordable housing, that is an attractive, that site would not be an issue with having limestone there. If you're going to do like multi-dwelling. Now, if you're building single-family homes, which quite frankly, in the trend of the last 10 years, there's very little new development on the west side of town just because of lack of employment over there and commerce. Most of it is based along your I-90 corridor and moving up and down that space. So I don't see a lot of, unless the land was given away for like free, I don't see a lot of people going over there and trying to build single family 18 to 2,000 square foot homes. I see multi-units, apartment complex, condo of that nature.
Okay, if there's no other questions, Mike, we appreciate you being here and sharing with us your expertise about the properties, and Tommy, thank you for following through on all this. So, thanks for being here. We'll talk about it later this evening. So.
Yep, and if I know Tommy has my contact. If you have any questions outside of this, you can text me, you can call me, you can email me. I'm happy to share whatever you have, any questions. So.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the next meeting date will be Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 at 5 p.m. here at Colac. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll take one as an adjournment and one as a second.
Second.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. We have adjourned at 5 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
A good deal, though.
Good evening. It is 6:01. I am calling to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, May 20th. Mrs. Schopp, may we please have a roll call?
Yes. Joanne Rue,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Tom Hankins,
Here.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Juan Romero,
Here.
and Tia Johnson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. May I get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vice President Nichols?
Yes, I would like to pull 6C off the agenda. There's more work that needs to be done on that before we can move forward.
Board Member Levy, are you okay with pulling 6C, was it? 6C?
I'm okay with that. Can we select a date when we will review that? Will it be ready for our next meeting?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you so much. I move approval of the agenda with the postponement of item 6C until our next regular board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to approve with a postponement of 6C, seconded, or by Mrs. Levy, seconded by Brian Nichols. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Just a point of order, just to ask if we had any discussion, if anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry, any discussion?
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
are we talking also about the items on the consent agenda?
No,
Just
no,
6C only?
just 6C.
Okay, okay, all right.
And if you'd like, the board policy is that the resolutions come to the board in resolution form, and due to unforeseen situations, the time just did not permit for that to happen. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Tonight, we have the privilege of having Ms. Ashley Houston here tonight from the Beloit Learning Academy to introduce her students who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Houston?
Okay, that's why she's administration and I'm a teacher. Anyway, so we have a public speaking class. This is Janae Armstrong, and she has been in our public speaking class. She has been doing very well. I'm very proud of her. She is a very avid reader. She was in my children's literature class last term, and so I asked her if she would come and represent us, and she's here.
Do I just start? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Jennifer and Ms. Houston. Tonight's President's Report. As the school year is nearing completion, I want to express our deepest appreciation and unwavering support to the incredible teachers and staff that we have here in the school district of Beloit. We know the work that you do goes far beyond just the students. You're not just educators, you are so much more. You are mentors, advocates, counselors, motivators. most importantly, you are role models to our students and our community. Every day, you show up with passion, with patience, purpose. You're ready to make a difference in every child's life. We understand the challenges that come with this work. Teaching is demanding. It requires constant energy, creativity, resilience, a deep well of compassion. The amount of decisions a teacher has to make in 1 minute is just phenomenal. Day after day, teachers rise to the occasion. You adapt, you innovate, and you lead with heart. And we want you to know we see you, we value you, and we are here for you. We are working to improve support systems, to listen more intentionally to your needs, and to create a culture where your voices are heard and respected. Your insights and expertise are essential in shaping the future of our schools and our community. As we look ahead, we're filled with hope because we know the future is in your hands. We couldn't ask for a more dedicated, talented, and inspiring group of educators to lead the way. The profound influence teachers and staff have on our students was easily evident at the Beloit Memorial Academic All-Stars Award Nights held last Wednesday. This event celebrated the academic success of numerous students, freshmen through juniors. The hundreds of awards that were announced are not just a reflection of the hard work of the students, but also of the teachers' ability to instruct, encourage, and instill a joy of learning. Thank you to the School District of Beloit teachers and staff. Your impact is immeasurable, and your dedication does not go unnoticed. Let's continue to stand together, work together, dream together for our students, our schools, and our community. And if any of the board members want to take a look, I do have the flyer from the All-Star event, and the list of names just goes on and on and on. So kudos to all of the educators and all of the students. We really appreciate it, and we are looking forward to having a wonderful end of the school year. That concludes my president's report. Next up, we have upcoming events and announcements. Board Clerk Juan Romero.
Good evening. These are the announcements for Tuesday, May 20th. Last week, we celebrated outstanding students in grades 9 through 11 at the high school. Tomorrow night, Wednesday, May 21st, we will congratulate and honor our 12th grade students at the Senior Academic Scholarship Night. Senior students will be awarded for all academics, such as those in the top 5% of their class, receive a gold collar. Seniors will also be recognized for scholarships that they have received: Academic All-Stars, Superintendent Scholar Awards, and Department Awards, to name just a few as others. The BMHS Spring Choral Concert is being held on Thursday, May 22nd at 6:30 p.m. Fruzen and Aldrich Orchestra students will be performing on Tuesday, May 27th, beginning at 6:30 p.m., with all students performing at Fruzen Middle School. Come out and enjoy the music of our students at both the high school and middle school levels. Picnic fun. Converse is having a family picnic at 10:45 a.m. on Thursday, May 29th, and the BMHS Academy picnic is on Friday, May 30th at 11 a.m. The end of the school year has a host of activities and celebrations. We definitely want to share our years of service and retirement celebration information on Wednesday, May 28th, beginning at 5 p.m. at the Eclipse Center. The district is honoring staff members with 10 or more years of service and celebrating retirees who have devoted their careers to educating our youth. Thank you for what you do each and every day. You are appreciated. Our future board meeting dates include the Ad Hoc Budget Finance Committee meeting tomorrow night, Wednesday, May 21st, 2025, at 5 p.m. Tuesday, May 27th, the Teaching, Learning, and Equity and Pupil Services Committee has been rescheduled to meet at 5 p.m. The SDB Foundation will hold its next meeting Thursday, May 29th at 5 p.m. at Colac. Tuesday, June 3rd, will be the Business Operations and Finance meeting at 5 p.m., followed by the regular board meeting at 6 p.m. And Wednesday, June 4th, will be the Policy Committee meeting. This concludes the announcements for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Next up, we have recognition of Tommy Bricko and Scott Ladd Facility Services. The background information on this is Tommy Bricko and Scott Ladd have successfully completed the WASBO Facilities Manager Certification Program. The program was developed by the School Facilities Committee to provide current knowledge and best practices. The program is through the Wisconsin Association of School Business Officials Foundation and is recognized by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Recognition for Mr. Bricko and Mr. Ladd will also take place at the annual WASBO Spring Conference as part of their business meeting on Friday, May 16th between 8 and 9:30 a.m. Benefits to these gentlemen and the district will continue as members of WASBO with continuing education courses, Connect Work access, discounted conference rates, advocacy initiatives, and access to hundreds of connections with peers throughout the state. Dr. Garrison?
So I'd like to take this time also to congratulate, you guys can stand up, please. Congratulate Mr. Bricko and Mr. Ladd and going through the process. Naturally, whenever we have outstanding individuals that work for us in our facilities department, we, of course, extend these opportunities to people who want to continue their learning. And by doing so, I believe both of them, of course, have completed this coursework. And I just want to say thank you for that dedication over these, I think it took like a year and a half to complete the program. Yeah, about a year and a half. So congratulations to both of you. And thank you so much for your service.
Can I just say a few things, if I may?
Of course.
All right, I want to just thank the school district for the opportunity. We actually wrapped up our course work last fall at the conference, but then they waited a long time to actually recognize us. So, but again, thank the board, thank the school district for allowing us to go through. As I gear up to leave the school district of Beloit in the next few weeks, I just want to acknowledge my department, having had the privilege of working with Mr. Ladd for 2 years in a department that oftentimes gets recognized only when things go wrong. We can attest to that. So it's been truly an honor and privilege to lead the team of such a dynamic group of guys over the last 2 years, and particularly having Mr. Ladd kind of as my right-hand guy and go-to. So I just want to publicly acknowledge his contributions to the district, and I hope to see him continue to succeed and continue to move our district along the path of progress as it relates to our facilities. And so, yes, another round of applause for Mr. Ladd.
Mr. Ladd, did you want to say anything?
Well, Tommy, we're
Just call me.
yeah. No, I think the whole school district's gonna miss you. We've all enjoyed the last 2 years almost, so we've learned a lot from you and appreciated everything that you've done. And thanks for giving us the opportunity to go through the training and expand our knowledge. So, thank you, Tommy.
Mrs. Levy, your hand is up.
It is. Thank you so much, and I'll be brief. Just wanted to say congratulations to both Mr. Ladd and Mr. Bricko, and specifically to you, Mr. Bricko. As you alluded, your name does appear later on in the agenda, and I just want to take a moment to say you are a jewel, and it is our great loss, and it's been a pleasure to get to know you.
Thank you. Our next recognition tonight is the recognition of our student board representative, Anahi Arrojo. And the background information on this is Anahi Arrojo has served the school year as the student board representative. She has proven to be a partner with board members and administration in sharing her newsletters and reports with us monthly. We want to thank her for filling this position and wish her the best in her future endeavors. Dr. Garrison?
Yeah, so Anai, it's been well, it's been fun. I want to say thank you so much for your dedication to the School District of Beloit, but also just to BMHS and to the students in general. You know, your energy that you bring is contagious. I want to say to you as well, you know, when you think about your next steps, I know some things. I know she will be going off to UWM. I believe she is receiving a full scholarship there. And so I'm so happy for her and her next steps, as not only as a student, but as a future proud Beloit Memorial High School graduate. I got a chance to see Anahi a lot throughout the year, and one of my special spaces was when we went down to Milwaukee and you did the opportunity to sing at the christening of 40 USS Beloit. You did such a wonderful job and made Beloit very proud of everything that you've done. And so thank you for your advocacy as well. I can say a lot about you, so thank you for your advocacy as well that you do on the side. And I just want to say thank you for your leadership that you brought to the school district and, of course, to the administration and working with the board.
Board Member Miller, I see your hand is up.
It is, thank you. I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure sitting by you this last year, and I look forward to buying your first album, and I look forward to voting for you. Thank you. Good luck with everything.
Thank you. Next up, we have public comment. Mrs. Shope, are there any public comments tonight?
I have one public comment from Ricardo with Paige yielding her 3 minutes.
Okay. Ricardo, I'm going to read the statement first. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in the Board Policy 187, Public Participation at Board Meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ricardo?
Dear members of the board and Dr. Garrison, my name is Ricardo Romero, and I'm a student attending Frusen Middle School. I've asked my mom if I can read a letter to her, the board, as public speaking, which not only helps me with my speech, but it also assists me with my communication skills in Scouts, as I have taken on the roles of assistant but senior patrol leader. So, from my mom, Paige Romero, when we first moved to Beloit, we were surprised to learn that their son would be bused across the town to Frusen, even though we lived just around the corner from Cunningham Middle School. Naturally, this raised questions for our family. Why wouldn't students attend the school closest to their home? There is true value in neighborhood schools. When children attend their schools in their own communities, near their homes, it creates a stronger sense of communication and belonging. It also encourages friendships with neighborhood peers and offers comfort in knowing they have a support system close by. Beyond that, It could help reduce district transportation costs, something that is an ongoing concern, and those saving on transportation can be put to good use. Reopening Cunningham Middle School could also make it significantly easier for parents on our west side to be involved. When schools are located in neighborhoods that families live in, it becomes more feasible for families to attend events, meet with children's teachers, or volunteer. We know how vital family involvement is to student success. Research shows that when parents are engaged, students perform better academically and are more likely to take advanced courses, attend school consistently, and show stronger social development. There are many parents in our community who want to help and get involved, but not everyone has transportation to get across town. Some families share a single vehicle. Other families may not have one at all. When children miss the bus, something that's happened in our household, getting to school becomes a challenge and missed instructional time adds up. I read and hear from residents in my own West Side neighborhood that the closure of Cunningham had an especially hard impact on the West Side families of Beloit. This is a part of our community that already faces many challenges, and removing easy access to a local middle school only makes it harder for families to stay engaged. We're not just talking about convenience, we're talking about equity and access. Many of us in the community feel strongly that it's time to revisit this decision. Reopening Cunningham Middle School will be a meaningful step towards supporting West Side families and making education more accessible. If necessary, perhaps one of the buildings on the east side could be sold to help offset costs. That could reduce the burden of maintaining an extra facility while reinvesting in a part of the city that truly needs it. I respectfully urge you to consider this, not just as a logistical adjustment, but as an opportunity to do what's right for our West Side students, families, and the broader Beloit community. Thank you for your time and your service to our schools. Paige Romero.
Thank you. Next, we have the Student Board Report.
So I would like to start off with my perspective. So the school year is coming to an end, and we seniors are so excited to graduate and move on to the next chapters of our lives. Next week is finals week. Students are working hard to complete their final assignments and getting ready for summer. Next would be student report. Student concerns. Students have talked to me about their concerns regarding the school district budget cuts and the school district losing assistant principals. They have stated that for some, an assistant principal is the only support they have. A question that was asked to me was, what are you board members going to do when we lose that support? Next, I would like to do coming up events. So as mentioned, tomorrow, May 21st, we have senior awards. May 22nd is the elementary track meet. May 22nd is also the all-district choir sing. May 26th, Memorial Day, which we have no school. June 5th would be the last day for seniors. June 6th, the last day for 4K through 11th. And June 7th is graduation day. Program highlight. For the final month, I would like to highlight the theater program. There are 2 musicals every school year, which one is in winter and the other in spring. Students have the opportunity to learn teamwork, collaboration, respect for others, using tools for sets, dance, music, marketing skills, stress management, emotional awareness, etc. The list can go on. Students can express themselves in a positive manner. Next will be student and staff recognition. We would like to take a moment to recognize and congratulate our new Miss Beloit, Treyana Metzger. We are extremely proud of you and can't wait to see you shine on the Miss America stage as you represent the city of Beloit. Then I would like to highlight and take a moment to recognize all the staff, administrators, and teachers for all they do and for helping us get through the school year, because I know without them, I wouldn't have been able to get through the school year. And finally, I would like to give my biggest thank you first to the class of 2025 for giving me the opportunity to represent as a district student board representative. I would like to thank the board members and Dr. Garrison for welcoming me with open arms and for being there for me through some some of the hardest moments of my life. I would also like to thank Mrs. Shope for always answering any and every question I had and for helping this process be easier. For the final time, my name is Anaya Arroyo, and I am your student board representative.
Next up, we have the Policy Committee report.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Policy Committee met on Wednesday, May the 7th at 5:30, and we appointed the Vice Chair of Mr. Tom Hankins, and he graciously accepted. We also voted to change our start times going forward to 4 p.m. on the first Wednesday of every month. There's 2 policies that we move forward to that are on the consent agenda tonight. And our next policy committee meeting is Tuesday, June 4th, 2025 at 4 p.m.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Business Operations and Finance Committee report. Mr. Hankins.
Board President Johnson, I'll defer to Mr. Nichols, who's in place as the Vice Chair of the committee.
Certainly. Mr. Nichols.
Thank you. So the Business Ops and Finance Committee met this evening at 4 o'clock, early for us, and we, as Board Chair Hankins just said, appointed me Vice Chair of the committee. We went over the financials for March. Mrs. Elwood did an awesome job going over the financials, and you will see them later if you haven't already. You'll see them later in the consent agenda. It was a great month. We also moved forward a request to purchase new line boards for 70 rooms and within the school district. We had a discussion about long-term debt, which is really interesting, and I'd like to hear more. And we had a discussion also about district real property sale discussion. So next meeting of the Business Ops and Finance Committee is Tuesday, June 3rd at 5 p.m.
Thank you. I know the Teaching, Learning, and Equity and Pupil Services Committee was canceled, but Mrs. Rue, did you want to report on anything?
We will be having that meeting next week, and I'll be able to report at the next board meeting.
Thank you. Next up, we have the legislative update. Board Member Megan Miller is presenting on behalf of Legislative Liaison Tom Hankins.
Hi, good evening. All right, so I didn't put together like a whole written out report for this evening, but just a quick reminder that there is still time to reach out to the Joint Finance Committee to advocate for school funding in next year's budget. A couple of things to highlight. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say next year, the next biennial budget, which is the 25-27 budget. Just released as the state will still have a $4.3 billion surplus, which has been projected. So that's $4.3 billion, which would fit into the calculations that both DPI State Superintendent Dr. Jill Underly and Governor Tony Evers were sort of counting on when making their school funding proposals. In their school funding proposals, they're advocating for an increase in special education reimbursements as well as an increased revenue limit. Something also to note that if we get an increased special education reimbursement, but we don't get a significant increase to the revenue limit, that those dollars aren't necessarily going to make the impact into special education that we need, because currently we are self-funding the remainder of special education to the tune in this district of almost $10 million a year. So you would really need both to close the full equity gap, not just in Beloit, of course here in Beloit, but also throughout the state of Wisconsin, particularly in rural areas that tend to be very underserved. So those are kind of the big highlights. Just a couple of bills of interest. Let me make sure I have these pulled up. One thing that they're voting on, I believe, in the Senate committee on Friday,
if I'm getting that right, is there is the, sorry, let me just start with the Assembly bill. So there is an Assembly bill dealing with scholarships, which is exciting, and it's just sort of to encourage alternative pathways to higher education. There is, I think, a really exciting one on school lunch. It's always a big topic, right? AB 226, just prohibiting certain use of chemicals in free and reduced lunch, so federally funded meals and things like that. So generally, I don't know, depending on how you feel about that, interesting stuff going on. You can read about those two bills. There's also a couple, the Senate bills. There's one relating to access to public high schools for military recruiters. That's SB 010, SB 011. Organizational information allowing representatives to certain federally chartered youth membership organizations to provide information to pupils on public school property. That might be of interest to folks. I guess the only other thing that I think really jumps off the page on this one is Senate Bill 022, school materials inspection, requiring school boards to make textbooks, curricula, and instructional materials available for inspection by school district residents. This is something that's been cycled through for the last few years now, and there's already, I think different districts already currently have different practices, so it's like a local control issue with public accessibility to district materials. So that pretty much concludes, really the big headline news is just the budget. So any questions, or?
Do any board members have any questions?
Please contact your representatives, particularly the Joint Finance Committee, to encourage them to fund public education with this $4.3 billion budget surplus. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. Next item is the 24-25 District Goals Staff Climate Survey. The purpose of this is to seek approval to conduct the May 2025 Staff Climate Survey as outlined in the finalized district goals document developed in September 2024. The survey will be distributed electronically via Google Forms with a projected completion date of Friday, May 30th, 2025. The background information is in alignment with our commitment to using data to inform district practices. We seek input from staff to assist the board in current and future decision making. On November 21st, 2024, we initiated data collection related to district goals during the Table Talk community engagement meeting at the Beloit Public Library. Additionally, the school perception survey, which was administered in late November 2024, provided valuable feedback, making it unnecessary to conduct another survey in December 2024. This May 2025 staff climate survey, along with the data from the Table Talk meeting and the school perception surveys, will provide the board with comprehensive information to assess the progress of the district goals for 24-25 school year. The survey will be anonymous, though participants will have the option to identify themselves and their schools if they choose to do so. And attached is a draft of the district goals staff climate survey as outlined in goal number 1. We did say that we would use this to gather information regarding goal number 1. Is there a motion for this item? Mr. Nichols?
Yes, I move approval for the Board of Education administering a staff survey for purposes of gathering feedback on the effectiveness of implementation and the impact.
Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols and a second by Juan Romero. Any discussion? Mrs. Levy.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Who created the district goals staff climate survey, and was there input from the administration?
I put together the questions, and no, there was not input from the district staff, from the district administration, as this is a board-driven survey.
No, and I appreciate that this is a board-driven survey, but is there a reason, since the administration is kind of like part of our team, that there wasn't input from the administration? And if I could hear from Dr. Garrison representing the administration, would you have liked to have had input in this survey?
Well, certainly. My response to that is this has been a goal since last September, so it came down to the wire in terms of time and getting this on the agenda for tonight. And Dr. Garrison, I will give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. So, like as mentioned, the administration was not involved in the survey. The second part of your question was if I would like input into the survey. Of course, naturally, I'm not sure if any superintendent wouldn't want to have any input into the survey. There's just thoughts that I would have and how it be administered, and of course, looking at what we currently do, what we currently have through the school perception survey, and of course, from a validity perspective, how are we to kind of gauge some of the thoughts from it? So, just a thought process.
Thank you. Megan Miller.
Thank you. I just had a clarification and a question. So I do recall our discussion earlier in the fall with the goals that we set forth. And I think I was actually one of the people who had asked if we could get staff input about how they would like to be engaged, surveyed or otherwise, to provide such input. And so I guess I'm unclear, because I actually don't recall the discussion at all about us making our own survey. So I guess I wanted to clarify if we're conflating the board goal discussion about having like staff and, sort of work together to bring forward, climate information with this, or if these are supposed to be two different things, would be my clarification, and then I do have a follow-up question. So I guess, I don't know, Board President Johnson or anybody else from the board who maybe wants to fill me in on that.
Certainly, the finalized first goal said that we would have a staff survey in May of 2025. So we are now down to the wire where we need to get this survey out if we are going to get feedback, as we had agreed for our finalized district goal number 1.
Okay, I guess I was unclear because I don't recall us saying that the board was going to, by ourselves, create a survey. So then I guess my follow-up question, I did have a whole separate question, but like, did we develop this together and I missed it?
No, it was a matter of time where we just needed to get this out. And if board members would like to offer any suggestions or modifications to any of the questions, please let us know now.
Yeah.
And we make those modifications now. It's not ideal, but in the interest of time, so that we're not going past May, this is the last board meeting in May that we have this opportunity.
So, okay, so I'm not in favor of this because it is 6:40 and I don't want to workshop through an entire survey. And I think that if this was something that we had established several months ago and it didn't appear on an agenda, I think that means that we don't get to do it. So that's sort of my opinion there. But I guess my question was, how are we defining staff? Because the questions that I see are very targeted to, I think, to teachers who I absolutely would love to hear from. I think it's also really important for us to hear from all categories of staff. So I'm just wondering, does that align with our board goal, or should we create, if the board votes yes, we should do this? I guess I would ask, is there a capacity for us to extend out additional questions to talk to, custodial staff, staff at COLAC, staff all just to get a complete picture, right? So that we have a good use of data, because I guess I'm not seeing multiple metrics. So we're getting one measure from a specific population within the whole staff, and I just don't think that that's extremely valid. So, correct me if I'm wrong. What do you think?
Okay, no, I will certainly respond. Thank you, and staff are all district employees, so no, the workforce for HES or Chartwells are not included in this. That was not discussed last September when we approved the board goals and the finalized goal, board goal number 1, saying that we would have a staff climate survey. And this, you're right, this is rushed. It absolutely was. It wasn't something that Dr. Garrison brought to my attention. It was actually a staff member from one of our school buildings that reminded me that the board was going to do this, so that is why I got spent my weekend working on this. So.
Well, then I'll just clarify, because my intention is not to be critical of your work, and I appreciate that you took your time on your weekend to do that. I mean, I'm wondering, and I don't know how people would feel about it, but I would be more than happy to, if we want to extend, if we want to, I mean, I'll just suggest out there, perhaps we vote to extend this into June, and maybe all of us could collaborate and get some input about, different types of questions to ask, and just make sure that we're measuring what we hope to measure, because I would hate for people to take the time to provide thoughtful responses and then it doesn't have the desired impact, right? That's not good for anybody, right? So I'm just going to throw that out there. I think this is something I'm more than willing to put in time and energy to help contribute to in a constructive way. Just want to float that thought.
Thank you. And as for your response, you had said something about this, you said that it felt like it was specific to teachers. Well, the teaching workforce is our greatest employee group, so if it feels like it's geared toward teachers, that's probably intentional, but if people don't want to answer any of these questions, they certainly don't have to answer any of them. If they want to answer all of them, they certainly can. This is an anonymous survey, and if people feel like something doesn't pertain to them, I would encourage them not to answer it. If they want to answer it, by all means, please do. Mrs. Levy, your hand is up.
It is. Thank you so much. Just a few things. I echo much of what Board Member Miller is saying. And it's not just Dr. Garrison. It's my understanding that the superintendent and the board president set agendas. So it's a little off-putting to just put this on him, that this has not been scheduled. I would love to see, the next point is our teachers are super important, but all of our staff contribute to our staff climate. And if we really want to address staff climate, then we need to provide a mechanism to survey everyone and include questions that are relevant to their roles and functions, which are also very important within our district. So I too would like to extend this out. I would love to get feedback from the administration, from the BEA and BSU, and then also, like I mentioned, a mechanism to involve all staff that are not represented by the BEA and BSU.
Thank you. Again, the reason we have this survey is to collect information on board goal number 1, which was an adherence to the code of conduct that is primarily specified towards teaching staff. I know other staff do also partake in adhering to the code of conduct. It's certainly everybody's responsibility, but the teaching staff are the ones that largely are the ones that are in response to that.
No, and I appreciate that context, but we may want to sharpen up the title because it says like a climate survey, and absolutely student conduct is a part of that, but it is not all-encompassing of the climate.
Correct, and the reason it says climate survey, again, is because that's in our finalized board goal number 1. It states we would have a climate survey in May of 2025. Any other questions or comments? And Board Member Tom Hankins, I know you're with us via phone, so you're not able to see if you have your hand raised or not. Do you have any questions?
No, I'm very good. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Brian Nichols.
Well, in reviewing the questions, I honestly think that it does pretty much cover all the staff. Code of conduct is not just for teachers, it's for everybody. All these goals are technically, they're for everybody. Talking about the budgeting process, covers all the staff. And then there is that question at the very end where, you can put additional thoughts on, well, you can do this on every goal. You can put additional thoughts on every goal. So that's pretty much, for me, that's open-ended for everybody in the school district. So.
Thank you. Any other board members with questions or comments? Megan Miller.
Thanks. Okay, and I appreciate the context that you just provided about Board Goal 1. Actually brought up more questions for me because there are a number of, I think, really good questions on here that aren't just about the code of conduct. So here's what I'm wondering. You put a lot of work into this, and there is excellent content on here. Could this be one, of the first of additional questions? You actually have question 27, which I should have mentioned in my previous comment, that just says, yes or no, I am a classroom teacher, which was one of, sort of triggered in my mind, is this just for teachers? But I appreciate the validity of what Mr. Nichols just shared. Of course, this it's school system, right? It touches everybody. I wonder if this could be a survey, but maybe we could take some time to be thoughtful about making sure that, what are the questions that we want answered? So what questions do we want to ask in order to ascertain exactly the information that we want and need to provide kind of more of a whole picture? So I guess I'm just kind of curious about what people think about maybe if the desire of the board is to vote for this one, could this be the first of several that are maybe a bit more targeted, and then maybe a future agenda item, maybe at the next meeting if there's time, could be what are we after specifically, just to make sure that we're covering all our bases.
Thank you. Board Member Rue?
All right. Listening to what you said about that, Megan, I like the idea of putting this out there as a first step, just getting some information back. A lot of times you can learn from an experience, and it's free. I like that. And then maybe for the one that we develop for the fall, then we'll be able to workshop and come up with a plan that addresses all of the groups involved. I think it's a really great idea to have our goals as a board be so visible to our community and to our staff. And I think it'd be interesting to see what they have to say on how we're meeting those goals.
Thank you. Board Member Romero?
Yes, I'd also somewhat mirror what Board Member Roosh is saying about all this as far as things goes. However, also in my opinion, I do believe that it's coming down to the last minute for this particular survey. I don't really appreciate that, and I'd like to be able to get this through, because at the end of the day, like she said, we can also go through for the next one and come up with more comprehensive, different questioning. For right now, though, how many times are we going to do this where we're at the very last second, then we're going to put off a little bit more? This is just for a questionnaire. This is not for something more grave. So instead of putting things off and off and off for right now, I don't know. I can't speak to why the time crunch, but it is what it is, and this is where we're at right now. So at the end of the day, I think it's a good start for anything right now. And then just in the efforts of time, I'd like to just move the previous question. Call the question, yes.
Okay, we have a motion to call the question. Is there, by Mr. Romero, is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Board Member Rue. Mrs. Schultz, may we please get a roll call on calling the question?
Yes. Juan Romero,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay, there are still hands raised.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay, my hand was raised.
Joanne Rue,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
The motion carried 5-2.
Mrs. Shope, can we get would you mind rereading the original motion by Vice President Brian Nichols that was seconded by Juan Romero, and then a roll call, please?
Yes. Move approval of the administration of a staff survey for the purpose of gathering feedback on the effectiveness and on the impact of the 24-25 district goals.
Oh.
Joanne Rue,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Juan Romero,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
That motion carried 5-2.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is the CISA 6 model. This is the evaluation tool, the CISA 6 DAPES model, superintendent evaluation tool. And the purpose of this agenda item is to review evaluation workshop opportunities for board training and the evaluation of Dr. Garrison. Is there a motion? Mr. Nichols?
Yes, I move approval of pathway number 1 as shown on the attachment proposal from CISA 6, DAPES model / CISA 6 model.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols and a second by Juan Romero to approve pathway number 1 as shown on the proposal from CISA 6 for the DAPES model, CISA 6 model. Discussion, Mrs. Levy?
Thank you so much. I'm actually a little disappointed that we didn't have discussion of the 3 options before there was a motion, but it is what it is. I am actually not able to support option 1. I get that it's $0 and that this can be done asynchronistically with videos, but the board has 1 employee. And I happen to think that evaluating the employee with efficacy is really important for Dr. Garrison's growth and for the betterment of our district. I am in favor of option 2. I think it's really important to make sure that we are implementing the CISA 6 model with fidelity. And just briefly, the reason I am for option 2 versus option 3, I think it's really important for us to get that foundation of an in-person orientation / training with CISA 6. Side note, I had mulled over asking the board to contemplate having the trainer from CISA 6 join us virtually, but thank you for the detailed notes, Ms. Johnson. I'm assuming you put them together. Really, the only cost savings would be mileage, since Oshkosh is about 100 miles from here. That's maybe a couple $100. So in-person orientation is training to get us all grounded and on the same page, I think is really important. I think after watching the video, hopefully we will have questions, and I'm not sure how those questions will be answered if we are not connected to a facilitator that is familiar with this process. The difference between option 2 and option 3 comes in the first and second quarterly check-ins. Also, I think it's important for us to have someone walk us through how that check-in process should happen, since we have never done it. Again, since we have never done it. I think I have faith in our group that if we were trained on that quarterly check-in for the first round, we would be able to manage that on our own for the second round. So we would forego that $1,925 cost. And again, the summative evaluation, I don't believe we have executed this process with fidelity. So, and again, this is one of the most important things that we do with and for our one employee. And I think it's really important to have someone who's grounded in the CISA 6 evaluation to walk us through that summative evaluation for all parties involved to make sure, again, we're doing that with fidelity. So again, I cannot support option 1. I am in favor of supporting option 2 if option 1 does not pass. Thank you.
Board Member Rue?
All right, so my question is, so in Pathway 1, it says that there's a virtual follow-up with member of the team free of charge. Would we be able to follow up with them after each of these things, or just after the very first video course?
That is a good question. I don't know, and just for clarification, I did not put together this proposal. I'm assuming it came from somebody at CISA 6. So Dr. Garrison, do you have an answer for Board Member Rue?
So this did come from CISA. Tim is his name. And these were the pathways that he put together for us to kind of to review for the board to consider. To answer your question specifically from a free of charge perspective, Mrs. Rue, I guess I'm still a little confused about, are you saying?
So in Pathway 1, after it says asynchronous video course, then it says virtual follow-up with member of the CISA 6 GDC team, which is also free of charge. So I was wondering, like, how often we could follow up with them free of charge, you know?
So that's the hard part for me to determine. I mean, based off of what you all, of course, review, and then, of course, what questions you may have, I don't think anything is going to be free forever. Naturally, if you have multiple questions from multiple board members, then that's why the different pathways will be there. And so I can't say that every single person will get 5 questions or something like that, if that's what you're looking for. It does say free of charge, so I'm pretty sure that he will, of course, answer your questions that you may have. But if they're ongoing, then there needs to be, of course, training that's associated with it.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Board Member Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question about in Pathway 1. Like, I do definitely, obviously, appreciate the wisdom of taking the option that is least costly to the district. I do think that the fees are not ridiculously high, given what we could also like save from our board budget by paying for our own mileage if we go to conferences and paying our own registration and things like that, which I think most, if not all of us, have been doing anyway. So just going to throw that out there that we could probably offset that cost if we did choose to go with Pathways 2 or 3. My biggest concern about Pathway 1, but I'm wondering if we could clarify, Dr. Garrison, did you have any conversation with Tim with this virtual follow-up that would have included some sort of a fidelity check? I'm just looking under the summative evaluation because and correct me if I'm wrong, I think only 2 of us have been actually trained by CISA 6. originally. So I think Board Member Levy and I both completed the full training. It's an excellent model, and I think used with fidelity. It's designed by people who have done, research in ensuring that we are leading the district in a way that produces the best possible outcomes for our students and, creates good climate for staff. Like these, this is really important stuff. It's high stakes. Kind of to the spirit of the last discussion, I believe that process really matters, and these are things that we need to take with the utmost seriousness. So given that, I don't know is there an option in Pathway 1 for us to do some kind of fidelity check with CISA 6 after we complete the summative evaluation, but maybe as a step before it becomes sort of official? Just kind of curious about that. Otherwise, I think I'm more or less where Board Member Levy is at.
So to answer your question, each of
Dr.
these.
Garrison?
Thank you. So each of these questions, each of the pathways, I should say, you can add something to them, even in Pathway 1. And so if there is a need for the board, which I humbly believe that would be an appropriate space for someone of CISA 6 to come in and assist us, we could add that to the conversation. Naturally, the representative wouldn't be free, and that's where our cost would be associated with the space. So, yes, you can kind of customize these opportunities, whether it be Pathway 1, 2, or 3.
Then just a follow-up question to Board President Johnson and any other members of the board then. I guess if the board chooses to vote for, if we as a collectively choose Pathway 1, is there a desire or interest from the board for us to then have a follow-up discussion with CISA 6 to gauge and, if necessary, price out if there's like a modest amount of money that it would cost just to have somebody just to assist with just that final step? And I mean, I wouldn't lead off with that. I would just ask if that's something that they would include, just as like another, how they have it, the language that they put together here, that Board Member Rue was just talking about. It's the first thing I saw too, the virtual follow-up with member. I'm just wondering if they would add just that sub-bullet under that summative evaluation piece for free, that would be amazing. I would just ask for that, and if not, I mean, maybe that's something we could bring back to the board. I guess I'm just curious, Board President Johnson or colleagues, how are we feeling about that?
Thank you. Board Member Levy?
Thank you. Couple questions. First, Dr. Garrison, have you already confirmed with CISA 6 that we can do this a la carte, or is that what you are inferring?
So I've worked.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm going to remind all board members that questions get directed to the presiding chair. Tonight, I am the presiding chair, so questions get directed to me, and I will open the floor to the appropriate administrator or administrators at the time.
Oh, please accept my apologies. Board President Johnson, would you mind asking Dr. Garrison if he has confirmed that the options on here are a la carte, or if he is making a reference? And then I did have another follow-up question, please.
Dr. Garrison?
It is confirmed that we can have some of these opportunities a la carte. It was no different if we were to add something else to, like I just mentioned, to Pathway 3, if we needed additional services. A lot of times when we're looking at evaluating the administrator, different boards need different things, right? And so these are just different opportunities that were brought forth. And of course, if we step outside of these opportunities, then we will be able to have to pay for that.
Perfect. So, Board President Johnson, I believe my final comment on this is I am very leery of us doing a la carte at the end. Because if we haven't done the entire process with fidelity, we might just find out at the end with the CISA 6 facilitator, we just wasted a whole bunch of time doing this wrong, and the ball might be too large to untangle at that point. So again, I'm not able to support option 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. Board Treasurer Hankins, did you have any questions or comments that you would like to share at this time?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you. Are there any other board member questions or comments? Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I guess I would just like to offer an amendment to the motion on the table, which just to quick clarify, the motion on the table is for pathway 1?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. I'm just curious if, or I guess I would like to make a motion that the board postpone this conversation to the June 1st or the first June meeting of the month in order to reach out to CISA 6 and ascertain if it is possible to add an additional evaluation consultation to package 1.
Board Vice President Nichols, do you accept that?
Well, no, I'm amending. I'm sorry. Just to clarify, I'm just actually like offering an amendment, and if people don't want to vote for it, that's fine. But I'm just, so I don't want to, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Vice President Nichols made the motion, so I believe if you want to make an amendment, it's his yay or nay.
No, point of order. If she wanted to make an amendment before there was a second, then he would need to accept that. But since there's already been a motion and a second, she is making a separate standalone amendment, so it doesn't need approval by the person who made the main motion.
Okay, thank you, that's right. So is that a motion, Ms. Miller?
Yes, I was intending for it to be.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, sorry.
there's a motion by Ms. Miller, and would you please repeat your motion?
Sure. I just wanted to move to postpone. I don't have the date in front of me. I'm sorry. I thank you so much. I would like to move to postpone the discussion or action on the item until June 3rd in order to reach out to CISA 6 and find out if we can add on additional consultation for the evaluation piece prior to voting on it. Thanks.
Ms. Shope, did you get all of that? Okay, there is a motion to postpone discussion until June 3rd. Is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies. Mr. Romero.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about Ms. Miller's motion about adding the additional on there. Wouldn't that fall under what Dr. Garrison just said about verifying that we are allowed to add additional things on there? I mean, I thought that's what, I mean, unless I'm like hearing it wrong, I thought that would be part of that. Is that correct, you think?
That's my understanding. Dr. Garrison?
The question is what?
What she was asking about, to try to amend to see, to verify with CISA 6 that we could add the additional consultation afterwards. I was just wondering if that would fall under what you were saying about adding the additional packages or additional things to the model that we were looking at.
Like I mentioned, we can add to each of these pathways if necessary, but the board would have to give me the direction to do so. And that's what I believe Mrs. Miller was attempting to do, but failed. Motion failed, sorry.
Thank you. So, just for the public's understanding, what this is about is training on the tool the board uses to evaluate Dr. Garrison. And this has been the tool that the board has used per Dr. Garrison's contract. To my understanding, it was not used in the school district of Beloit previously, and I don't know, not being on the board at the time of his hire, I don't know, what was involved in the training at that time, but it seems as though it's kind of been all over the place. There are 3 pathways that we were presented. Pathway 1 is the board watches videos, and that is free of charge. Pathway 2, there is orientation and training by a DAPES person here, and the cost of that is $6,600. And Pathway 3, there is more intensive training, also with people here to give the board training, and that is over $8,500. My concern with that is we do have a failed referendum, and yes, this is important, but I also do trust that we board members can either individually watch the videos and take the training, submit questions as we have them, or we can have a special board meeting where we all come together and watch the videos together. The invoice from last fall from CISA 6 regarding the using the CISA 6 tools was over $19,000. So with all of that, it's we are at the point where we are looking at nickels and dimes. And I trust that the board members can do the training independently, and that's why I also am in support of pathway number 1. Joanne Rue?
Just asking for clarification, if we watch the videos as a group, we get our follow-up questions answered, and we feel like at that time we need more support, would we be able to come back and at that time relook at it and see if we could look at other supports from CISA 6?
I believe that is an option anytime. Dr. Garrison?
I think that's what we're trying to capture. I think one of the, I guess I just have to put this on the table. One of the most important things that boards have to do is, number one, hire a superintendent. That's an important space, right? And number two, one could argue evaluating the superintendent. The evaluation of a superintendent is not just good for the board, but it's also good for the superintendent. We wanted to get this right, because what we don't want is to get into an evaluation conversation where, I like to call it the target is moved. You know, you set things in path for X to happen, and then all of a sudden, you know, we want to do something different. And so when you're evaluating the superintendent, it's very important that you set clear goals, and those are the goals we go after, and those are the goals that you're evaluated on. I think sometimes boards oftentimes will want to change that. And when that happens, it just makes it harder for the district administrator to try to figure out what am I being evaluated on. Because there's a lot of different things that I could be evaluated on. I mean, there's a ton of things. And no superintendent is going to do it all right. And so my hopes is that, you know, in this space that we do get the proper training for the board to evaluate me appropriately. Because if it's not done appropriately, then that leads to other conversations as it pertains to bias in the ratings and bias in the thoughts, or, you know, the possibilities of me not knowing or me not understanding the target that we're trying to get to. Those things are very, very, very intricate, especially when you're talking about any evaluation. And so I would hope that, you know, the board, no matter which one we end up choosing, which again, I see number 2 being a better option. And even in number 2, we can actually ask for different things to come off of that. These were the pathways that were presented. I want to be, of course, very transparent in how it came to me. And so I wanted to just send that straight here for this discussion. I just want to make sure I note that. So yes, to your question, again, we can definitely look to add to these spaces if there's board questions. But again, the board would have to, you know, of course, give me that charge to go and do that.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Board Member Miller.
Thanks so much. So just the reason that I'm asking these questions, and then I guess the reason I wanted some additional information before we took action was because I wanted to fully understand exactly like what is the scope of what CISA 6 is able to provide for us under the umbrella of option 1, because I am with everybody on the fiscal responsibility piece. Scary times. So just to ground the conversation, the purpose of evaluating Dr. Garrison is beneficial for both of us, but it's really for the benefit of the district. So when we run for school board and we're like, we want to go make a difference, well, how are you going to do that? Well, we're going to hold the superintendent accountable to do X, Y, and Z, like the things that we want to see happen, right? This is like a huge lever that we get to pull as a board to really execute the vision that we want to see for our kids and for our community. So it's very important that we do this well and have a good process and make sure that we're looking at multiple metrics. So it's like, we want to set the district up for success. We want to have quantitative and qualitative multiple measures to make sure that we are like executing on that success, and the one employee that we have to execute those things, right, is Dr. Garrison. So to that point, we also want to make sure that we're being accountable to him, because it is literally in his contract that we're going to use the CESA-6 model. And so I want to make sure that we aren't like accidentally stepping into any kind of a legal, issue here. So those are kind of like the two big things that came to mind for me. To the point that Ms. Rue just made and that Dr. Garrison just made, it sounds like it's like an either or, right? Like we either go with one and add on, or we go with two and take off. Whichever way the board decides to go, I think the thing that I'm most in favor of, what I would be willing to pay for, which is shy of $2,000 for sure, would be the 2 quarterly progress checks, along with, like Board Member Levy pointed out, maybe like the couple $100s it would cost to just reimburse somebody for mileage, just to help us through the fidelity of that summative piece, again, to protect us and the district legally in case we were, because we haven't been fully trained as a full board, need that guidance. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Romero?
Just a question. I thought I heard earlier in the conversation that some of the board members here have taken the video training before. Is that correct, or is that? We were trained in person. You're trained in person? Okay. And no one has seen how the videos work as far as that goes yet? Would that be correct?
The videos are available, and the board members have had, last summer, the videos were available, and the previous evaluation cycle, the videos were available then as well.
Okay. I was just curious as to if anyone had the experience with using the videos as opposed to the in-person, and see if they're effective. I mean, I can understand if they're not really effective videos per se, and they leaves a lot to question, or versus the in-person being needed, or would it still be effective to use the videos and then add on something like an extra counseling like this been suggested or whatnot? That's what's making me think at this minute right now. I just wondering as far as the effectiveness of the videos per se like that.
Thank you. The videos are provided by CESA-6. Amy Levy?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to respond to Board Member Romero's question. I think the videos are a nice complement to the in-person training. I think if I just watched the video without the benefit of the in-person training to lay that foundation, I may have several questions along the way in each of those processes. And I think they're very different. In the initial training, we looked at the rubric, we looked at some of the artifacts and how we compare those artifacts against the rubric so we can kind of calibrate our ratings, because you give ratings for each category. And then the check-ins, we had a training on that a couple years ago, but we've never done the check-in. So that is something that I definitely would like to revisit in person. And then in that initial, we also discussed the summative evaluation. But the thing that I would have liked to have changed with that is to have that, because it's a lot of information up front, to spread that out. So I don't want to be trained on the summative evaluation in detail until before it's time to do the summative evaluation, and we've done those building blocks. Like we've looked at the rubric, we've looked at the artifacts, we have information from those check-in meetings, and then I would like that in-person training on the summative. So this is how you use all of that information you've gathered. And in my opinion, 1 of 7. The danger in not doing that is if we just bring in someone a la carte to kind of spot check us, for lack of a better way of putting it. If we messed up step 1, in my opinion, it's hard to untangle that in step 4. And then also, if we start this process and say we're going to do the videos and then we decide we want to bring someone in, then we run into scheduling issues. Because if we don't set it now, it's going to, I would imagine it would be more difficult to say, oh, well, we're in the process, but now we have to wait for someone to be available. We have to wait for our schedules to sync up, et cetera. So those are just some of my concerns.
Thank you. Board Member Hankins, I just want to check in. Do you have any questions or comments at this time?
No, I think you're answering the questions as you go along. CISA 6 is always available. I mean, Tia, have you talked to them? I mean, and obviously Dr. Garrison does, but it's not like you can't call and ask a couple of these questions daily. I mean, some of these questions we're asking are thinking way ahead, and I agree we have to look at some of those things, but when Dr. Garrison comes right out and says that he is sure that we could add on or delete off of any package, and if you want to call it a la carte, so be it. That's been asked and answered. So I think we're coming up with all these different scenarios that may or may not come to fruition, and I agree it's good to talk about it, but I'm in support of Pathway 1, and if we need to add on a consultation, we do so when we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Romero.
Just a question to Board Member Levy. What was the rough time frame that you were trained? Like, was it like over a course of several days or several meetings, or is it just one meeting? How did that work?
I'm just going to gently remind the board, Robert's Rules of Order dictates all questions go to the presiding officer, and then they turn the table over.
Oh, my apologies. That was directed towards you. Sorry.
I will open the floor to Mrs. Levy.
Thank you so much. And just a point of clarification, if we are strictly using Robert's Rules of Order during debate, a person can only speak twice. So I'm just wondering how closely or how loosely we are following Robert's Rules of Order. If Board President Johnson, you could ask Board Member Miller. I believe it was either 2 or 3 hours initial training with Miss Wendy, and then we did have another discussion with her when it was time to do the summative, but we did not have a specific training in the interim on those check-ins. They were discussed at that initial one, but we didn't have a separate in-person training. But my recollection, and it's been a minute, it was either 2 or 3 hours that we had.
Board Member Miller, would you like to respond?
No, I mean, I thought, yeah, it was like 2 hours. I don't believe that CISAs in general do make themselves available on call because, you know, they do have to make money, and we don't pay into CISA 6, we pay to CISA 2, just to clarify that. But yeah, that was pretty much, I would echo that experience with Board Member Levy's.
Thank you. And again, last year's CISA 6 bill for evaluation, this did not include any training, was $19,349. Mrs. Shope, may we have a roll call on this, please?
Yes. Sorry.
Could you repeat the motion?
Will you reread the motion, please, before you begin with the roll call?
So the motion to vote on is move approval of Pathway 1 as shown on the CISA 6 information for the DAPES model / CISA 6 model attachment, the attachment. Ready? Joanne Rue?
Aye.
Megan Miller?
Nay?
Brian Nichols?
Aye.
Tom Hankins?
Aye.
Amy Levy?
Nay.
Juan Romero?
Aye.
And Tia Johnson.
Aye.
The motion carried 5-2.
Thank you, Mrs. Shope. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Typically, there is no separate discussion of the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item or items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. I am requesting that we have item D removed. This was an item from the TLE meeting that had to be canceled, so we will remove D for full board discussion. Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. I'd like to remove item C as in Charles, E as in Eddie, F as in Frank, and J as in Jackson. Please let me know if you need me to repeat any of those.
Correct me if I'm wrong. C, E, F, J?
Correct. Thank you so much.
Any other board members that would like any of these items removed for discussion? Hearing none, I will move approval of the consent agenda. This is approval of items B, G, H, and I.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Point of clarification. Could I please get who moved and seconded?
Certainly. Brian Nichols moved, Amy Levy seconded.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Levy, item C.
Thank you. Item C, I just had one question. I'm glad to read that the gradual transition to the new line boards has occurred with great success. My only question is, what solution are the new line boards providing that render the current smart boards non-functional?
Good evening. So the smart boards require a smart notebook software to run, which is a subscription-based software. The new line interactive panels come with an equivalent software built into the panels. So they will allow for interactivity and manipulatives and whiteboarding and those types of tools.
Okay, so just for clarification, and this is me, not you, the problem that rendered the smart boards non-functional has been remedied by the new line boards, and we're able to move forward with the addition of those.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Board Member Romero?
Sorry, just a quick question also in regards to that. It says in the PowerPoint that's been presented that everything's been transitioning with great success in the classes that they've done. I'm just wondering, is there any data showing that, proving that, yeah, it's actually been success, like percentages of, it's improved student achievement by such percentage, anything like that at all is for data? And also, I had just a question about the extended warranty. It's only 2 years, considering that it's a pretty hefty cost as what we're asking for. Is there an option to get a better kind of warranty for that? I know the bid only says in there the extended warranty from the particular place that we're looking at, according to what the numbers we're looking at.
Sure.
It's more like a manufacturer's warranty. I was just wondering if there's anything else, we get a better bang for our buck regarding warranty, because electronics can come and go quick.
So to answer your first question, I don't have those numbers and those metrics at the moment, but I can certainly look into those for you. And then to answer your second question, the new line boards, as you see in the 3 quotes provided, were initially provided a 5-year warranty, and then CDW was able to work with New Line directly and extend that warranty by 2 more years to 7.
Okay, yeah, thanks for clarifying that. I saw it on there. I only saw the 2-year warranty on there. I didn't see a 7, so thank you.
You're welcome.
We should also clarify that the smart boards are out of warranty, correct?
Yeah, the smart boards are 10 to 15 years old, so they are due for replacement at this point. And so the new lines will be a nice fit. As you stated, they are doing very well in the classroom, and we're hoping they'll have a nice, long, extended lifetime.
Mr. Romero, are you done with questions, or?
Sorry about that.
Oh,
yes.
oh, no, I just see your hand is still up. I didn't know if you were continuing. Board Member Rue?
I've spoken to teachers that are really happy with these new boards, some that piloted them quite a few years ago, and they're still finding great success with them.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I definitely don't want to cut off discussion. I move approval of item 7C.
Second?
Thank you. Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Megan Miller. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is contracted services. Dr. Garrison, did you want to?
Was supposed.
Oh, I'm sorry. We pulled that one. Sorry. Thank you. Item E, Mrs. Levy.
Thank you. I just need to pull it because I need to abstain because I did not attend that meeting.
Is the same true for F?
No, actually, F is slightly different. Would you like me to go into F now?
Oh, I didn't know if they were the same.
No, ma'am.
Maybe we could just vote all together on those ones. So were there any other questions with item E from any other board members? Hearing none, is there a motion for approval of the meeting minutes for May 3rd workshop?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Joanne Rue, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain?
I'm abstaining.
I'll abstain.
I'm abstaining also. I was not present.
Thank you. Motion carries with 4 approvals and 3 abstentions. Item F, Mrs. Levy.
Thank you so much. I just need the minutes corrected. I attended this meeting. It says that I was absent, although I did come in late because one of my children had an event. So the minutes actually list myself, Megan, and Tom as being absent. I don't know who came in when, but I know at some point in the meeting the 3 of us were there. And then at adjournment, it does not have me included as part of the vote. And I definitely voted aye to adjourn. So if we could have those minutes corrected, I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on item F? Mrs. Schultz, do you have any questions? You got all of that? Okay, thank you. Is there an approval for item F with the noted changes?
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
Board President, just have a question.
Yes, sir, Dr. Garrison.
Real quick, going back up to the consent agenda item for contracted services, I thought, and again, I'm only going back because I know we're going down to J after this. I thought we were pulling it for discussion. That's what I thought was happening, but I don't want to get too far down the agenda to have to go back. So am I missing something there?
No, that was my understanding as well, as we had talked about previously.
So
Okay, item J, 881, policy 881.1, district booster clubs. Mrs. Levy.
Thank you so much. So I have a list of questions, so I just want to confirm, Board President Johnson, how do you want to do you want me to ask one question and you open the floor? Do you want me to go through my list? I just want to make sure I'm being appropriate.
Oh, is that the feedback we're getting? Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Levy. You have, it sounds like multiple questions.
I do, but I just want to make sure that I'm being appropriate. All things will be addressed to you as the presiding chair. Do you want me to go through my list, or should I pause so you can open the floor if colleagues have? I just want to know how you want to handle it.
Are they all directed to the same person?
Well, they're all going to be directed to you, and whoever has the answer can answer.
Okay, we'll go one at a time then.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So for those of you following along on the board and hopefully at home, we're looking at policy 881.1, district booster clubs. I guess my first question is Mr. Grantz available online? Oh, yep. I think that's...
I am. Yep.
Perfect. All right. Again, all items are directed to Board President Johnson, and she will direct as needed. My first question, or actual recommendation for change. As we read that first sentence, it talks about supporting our student athletes, coaches, and Beloit community. I think it's more appropriate to say supporting co-curricular and extracurricular activities as well as the Beloit community. And the reason I'm proposing this change, one, it's in line with policy 370 that outlines our use of language as co-curricular and extracurricular. And if anyone is not familiar with the distinction, co-curriculars are things that support the curriculum, and then extracurricular are activities outside of the curriculum, like athletics, et cetera. So I just feel like our extracurricular, our co-curriculars are being left out if we just list student athletes. So I'll pause there. Is anyone opposed to that first sentence reading, the School District of Beloit Board of Education believes booster clubs can be vital in supporting co-curricular and extracurricular activities as well as the Beloit community?
Thank you. Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz, I'll ask you to first, do you have any objections to that suggested modification?
The administration does not.
Mr. Gratz?
No.
Okay, any board members want to weigh in on this one? Okay.
Tia?
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Hankins.
Again, going back to Mrs. Levy's, does extracurricular and co-curricular, does that cover everything, or is there any loose ends out there not covered under those two headings?
I believe it's all inclusive, but if someone feels differently, I would love to hear from them.
No, I don't. I'm just trying to, I know we want to include everybody underneath that cap, and I think it does, but okay, thank you.
No problem. And is it okay if I continue?
Please.
Thank you so much. And then along the same veins, because I'm hopeful that we all support consistent language, the next line down, enhancing experience and opportunities for our co-curricular and extracurricular activities.
Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz?
The administration is fine with that change.
Agreed.
Any board members have any questions on the next suggested modification? Mrs. Levy?
Thank you so much. So jumping down to number 2, it says must be an IRS registered 501c3 and be able to provide applicable documentation annually on or before July 1st. So my concern there, I think we need to remove be able to, because you can be able to provide something and not provide it. And I think policy needs to be precise. So I would be much more comfortable with must be an IRS registered 501c3 and provide applicable documentation annually on or before July 1st. And kind of before I get feedback or response to that, one, I just want clarification on what is the applicable documentation, because I think there can be some discussion on that. And if we know what we're looking for, if we can just make that clear, I think it may save us a headache. And then 2, who is that applicable documentation to be submitted to. I think it's not as clear as it could be. If we're going to give folks a deadline to turn in information, we should tell them who to turn the information into.
Thank you, Mrs. Levy. And just if people are following along at home, there are two documents, and the first one, this is listed as item number 2, but if you are looking at the final one, it's listed as item number 1. Dr. Garrison or Mr. Grant?
We will be fine with adding, taking away the subjectivity of be able to. The second part of your question as it pertains to who this would go to is actually upon request. So naturally, if we ask for it, it'll come to us. And then I guess if a board member asks for it, it can come to whomever, right? Or
Okay, so here's my concern with that. I think policy should be clear. And if we're going to put it, it needs to be submitted annually on or before July 1st. We need to let people know what they need to submit and who they need to submit it to, unless you want to scratch putting the annual on or before July 1st and just put as requested. But even if you leave it open-ended as requested, I think some categories of who could request might be helpful and what they might request, because we want this to be a win-win. I think our booster clubs have the best intentions, but if we are putting new requirements on, which I don't think is a bad thing, but I think it's fair for us to be consistent and let them know what they are expected to provide, when they should be providing it, if it's on request, if it's by a certain date, and then who that needs to go to.
well, in this case, it'll come to the district, so superintendent or his designee, which will be the athletic director. So that's who it'll come to if we needed to be specific. So I don't disagree with that space.
Okay, so I think we have solved 2 of the 3 concerns with number 2. Just to recap, 1, we are all comfortable, I am assuming because no one objected, with removing be able to, and just make it clear that you need to provide it. Not be able to provide, but provide. The date, are you saying you want to keep that, the honor before July 1st, and it is going to the superintendent or designee, which again, do you want to list the superintendent or director of athletics and activities, so people don't have to follow up and say, is it going to you or is it going to your designee? And if it's going to your designee, who is that? I just think that policy should answer questions and not create more questions when written well. And then we still need to clear up what is applicable documentation.
Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz?
I would be fine with it coming to me and or Mr. Gratz in this space because he is the athletics and activities director. Secondly, to your third part of your question, which was who is this applicable to? Are we talking about boosters?
No, what is the applicable? Okay, so it says must be an IRS registered 501c3 and provide applicable documentation. What is that? Is that bank statements? Is that like, if I was in the booster club, I don't know what applicable documentation that I'm supposed to submit on or before July 1st is. And I don't think that's fair.
If I may, Mrs. Levy, would you be more comfortable if it read, and must be able to provide financial documents? It's, if we're talking about the IRS, I'm going to guess if it has to do with the IRS, they're looking for the financial documentations.
I am comfortable with whatever the administration is intending. So if that's a bank statement, I don't know what applicable document. So I don't have a preference. I just want it to be clear. So if the administration can share what is the intention, then I think we can make it clear.
Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz?
I'll defer that question to Mr. Gratz. I mean, my first thoughts would be, we're talking about the filings that they would do through the CPA, their tax filings. So, but I'll defer that to Mr. Gratz. Mr. Gratz, what's your more thoughts? Because I see applicable being multiple opportunities.
Yep. Well, so there's generally 2 things. When you're approved as a 501c3, you get an IRS determination letter. So that can be the first piece. and it could read IRS determination letter and or IRS affirmation letter. So each year you can request an affirmation letter from the IRS to essentially say, yep, we still are good to go here, because you can lose 501c3 status. So we want to make sure that they're staying compliant year to year.
So just to clarify, number 2 has nothing to do with financial documentations. I'm assuming that's going to be covered in number 3. Number 2 is just the 503C confirmation letter. That's what they need to submit annually to the superintendent or to the athletic and activities director on or by July 1st. Am I clear? And that's the intention of the administration?
Yes, you are. That's correct.
Ms. Shope, did you get, or Board President Johnson, could we find out if Ms. Shope needs anything repeated?
Mrs. Shope, do you understand that?
No, what I heard Mr. Gratz say was that the documentation would be the IRS determination or annual affirmation letter.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Levy, did you hear that?
I did. So if I am understanding all of this correct, number 2 in the original, which I get as number 1 in the final, must be an IRS registered 501c3 and provide the 501c3 determination or affirmation letter annually to the superintendent or director of athletic and activities on or before July 1st. Is that accurate?
That sounds accurate.
You got all that, Mrs. Shope? Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Is it okay if I proceed?
Please.
Thank you. Number 3, couple questions here. Again, be able to provide, just for consistency and to make sure we're meeting the intention, I think should be removed. That's in that second line. So that would just read unless there is objection and provide. If we go back up to that first line, have a CPA, bank, or financial specialist manage financial statements / tax filings. So my questions there are, what constitutes a financial specialist and what is meant by manage? And here's my thinking. Any entity that has a bank account receives bank statements. Is it sufficient to state that the designated officer of the booster club, usually the secretary, will have access to the bank statement and provide them to the superintendent or the athletic and activities director? Is that sufficient? And if yes, I think that's more clear. Because I think it may be a burden on booster clubs, which are volunteer organizations, to have on hand a CPA, a bank, or a financial specialist if all we really need is the bank statement, because we've already handled 501c3 determination in number 2. So in number 3, if all you're looking for is the bank statement, can that be handled by a booster club officer, usually the secretary?
Mr. Gratz?
I don't see a reason why it couldn't be. I think the goal is to provide as much transparency. So however we want to have it read to do that would be fine with me.
Dr. Garrison, did you want to weigh in on anything?
I think in the discussion at the policy meeting, Board Chair Nichols, we talked about it. We wanted it to be official, but I actually agree with Mr. Gratz in this space too. Our goal is just to make sure that we're able to, track the information appropriately. So I don't want to misspeak for the policy.
Mr. Nichols?
My recollection is that we all agreed on that language that's there that night at the policy committee. You can ask
Juan? I'm sorry, Mr. Romero.
Yeah, that the language there was what we had agreed on that was my recollection. I don't see anything else other than that. And the only other question that I had also is I don't recall what we decided to do about the number $5,000 bonus. I thought that was supposed to be referred to the 840 policy.
Oh, we're not there yet. Yeah.
But that's the only thing that I'm really seeing above. And as far as the wording, though, I mean, it could be said, instead of and be able, that does leave a little bit of gray area. However, if we're demanding certain specific things, we can always refer to Title IX says about those regulations, which in turn it just says you have to really just provide things as far as make sure that it includes this and this and this per se. So I can see why it would be worded this way, but I can also see Ms. Levy's point about wanting to firm it up and say you must versus be able to, because you can or you will. It's one of those things.
Thank you. So the question here then, Mrs. Levy, are you comfortable with them taking out the be able to will?
No, we're
or
actually
you're still wanting more clarification on the financial specialist role?
So we're actually not discussing the be able to. I thought that was assumed to keep that. The question, here's my concern. Booster clubs are volunteer organizations, and if they don't have within their ranks or have access to a CPA, a bank, or financial specialist, then we're creating a system that they can't comply with. And so I wanted to get at our intentionality. And it sounds like, unless I'm hearing something incorrectly, you want to be able to see the bank statements for the booster club. And would everyone be willing to agree that a booster club official, usually the board secretary, would be an acceptable resource to get the bank statement from? It doesn't have to come from a CPA or a bank or financial specialist, because I think that can remove some of that burden from this volunteer organization and still get the district the information that they intend to receive. So one, is that accurate? Mr.
Gratz?
I think a portion of it is accurate. I think we're I don't want to be too narrow in the language here. We're also talking about the tax filings piece. So a financial specialist, for example, could be who does your taxes for you. My hope would be that a 501c3 organization is working with some sort of financial specialist to do those tax filings. So that could be the applicable individual that checks these boxes. And again, yes, absolutely, a volunteer organization, we don't want to create too many barriers. However, in the interest of compliance and transparency, we want to make sure, that's there. We know right now within the news what's happening with a booster club. And so this is happening simultaneously, and we want to make sure that we want to make sure that those things are out there, they're compliant, they're transparent. So I wanted to read that it indicates that, while also allowing booster clubs to be able to continue to support our co-curricular and extracurricular activities.
May I respond?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Well, I was going to get to the financial statement / tax filings next, but you provided a perfect segue. So managed financial statements / tax filings this is not new information for you. I'm sure most 501c3 organizations file an annual information return, or a 990, with the IRS. So my question is, what is the intention of this statement? Was it would it be sufficient for the administration to receive on an annual basis from our booster clubs, 1, bank statements, and 2, the 990 filing? And if yes, can that come from a board officer, usually the secretary? Would that meet the spirit of what you're looking for with respect to transparency?
Mr. Gratz?
Yeah, I believe it would. I think it's specific enough, and it falls within the parameters of a 501c3.
Okay, so what I would submit that we consider as changes with respect to number 3 is have a booster club officer, usually the secretary, manage bank statements and tax filings, including the 990 form, and provide to the superintendent or athletic and activities director. Do you want to keep that same date? July 1st?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's
sorry.
an easy, that way it's just one date for everybody to have on their mind.
Perfect. So I'll just repeat that again. So have a booster club officer, usually the secretary, provide bank statements and tax and 990 form to the superintendent or athletics and activities director annually on or before July 1st. And then Board President Johnson, I would just love to just check to see if anyone objects to that.
Brian Nichols.
I don't object. I think it's good, but I think we ought to call that IRS Form 990 to be specific, just as a.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, if you could ask Mr. Gratz, he seems to be knowledgeable in the 501c3. The July 1st filing thing, do 501c3s have a maturation date yearly at the same time? I want to get into that July 1st. Let's say a guy is not due up until August 1, so he can actually be operating for a full year without a 501c3 license that he didn't go through the hoops for. But I'm wondering if when a person applies for or a group applies for 501c3, is the anniversary date that date, or is it like a July 1st year after year? Do you know?
Mr. Gratz?
I don't. Ultimately, we're keeping the July 1st because it's our beginning of our school's fiscal year. We just want to, each year of the school, we want to have that. So if they filed their taxes, we'll just say in April, they would just then forward that on. So saying on or before July 1st, I think, gets the point across of what we're trying to do. Their most recent, maybe, maybe that's the way we word it.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. And Gina, call at 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Hankins?
Oh, thank you. Telling you it's almost 8 o'clock.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy, did you have any other questions then?
I do. Thank you so much. Just to be consistent with our language on number 4, that second line when it's talking about School District of Beloit groups, if we could just be specific and say School District of Beloit co-curricular or extracurricular activity, or groups the Booster Club is/was supporting. So unless anyone objects to that, is it okay if I move forward?
Continue, please.
Quick clarification.
Yes.
Are you saying to leave groups after co-curricular, extracurricular?
Yes. So there's 2 different categories. It's the School District of Beloit co-curricular or extracurricular activities, and then they also have the flexibility to support groups outside of the School District of Beloit.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, 4B, I'm just wondering if the second part could be eliminated. It just seems redundant to me. So this is talking about restrictions. So 4B, the Booster Club is no longer approved for operation within the school district of Beloit. And then it says, or at any school district of Beloit events. Unless there's something that I'm missing, if you're not authorized to operate with the school district of Beloit, you wouldn't be at an event. But again, there could be something that I'm missing. So if I could get clarification on if that redundancy is needed.
Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz?
I think it's there just to make sure that we know that these are the steps in which we would take. So you say redundancy. I see it, the Booster Club is no longer operational. And then it says the Booster Club is no longer approved. So those are two different spaces in my brain.
No, actually, it says the Booster Club is no longer approved for operation within the school district of Beloit. I think we can just put a period there, but it goes on to say, or at any school district of Beloit events. If you're not approved to operate within the school district, you would not be at an event. And so I'm just wondering, is there a reason for the redundancy that I'm not aware of?
I'll be fine with putting a period at the end of school district of Beloit, if that's what, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Mr. Gratz, was there a reason why there's the events versus the school district?
No specifics, just making sure we're covering all of our bases.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then 4C, I promise I'm almost done. Let me find it. From the school district of Beloit, so who from the school district of Beloit will manage this compliance? So 4C says if 4A and or 4B occur, the Booster Club will have 10 business days to comply with this policy. So you can read above what 4A and 4B are. They must include the most up-to-date bank statements from the account with a history of at least 90 days. I think it would be helpful to put in who that needs to be submitted to, but who's responsible for that compliance? So let me just leave it there, because who's responsible for making sure that that is handled?
Board President Johnson, just wanted to remind the time, it's 8 o'clock.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting by half an hour?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz?
Yeah, so it would come to me or Mr. Gratz. Again, that's who it will come to as it pertains to who has to keep this policy, in check. All policies in the district are governed by myself, so it'll be me. In this case, my designee, Mr. Gratz. So is that the first part of your question?
Yeah, and I think you just actually helped me to move forward. So is everyone comfortable with if 4A and or 4B occurs, the Booster Club will have 10 business days to comply with this policy and submit the most up-to-date bank statements from the account with a history of the last 90 days to the superintendent or athletic and activities director?
Brian Nichols?
All good, but it's 3A and 3B. We had to renumber those. Are you looking at the original?
I am looking at the original.
Okay, number one went away, so number 2 became number 1, et cetera, et cetera. So that should be 3A. I just caught that a while ago, 3A and 3B.
Mrs. Levy, did you have any other questions then?
No, just is everyone okay with that change? If 3A and 3B occur, they'll have 10 business days to submit the thing that's listed there to the superintendent or the director of athletics and activities.
I'm not hearing or seeing any objections to that.
Okay, so just a couple more things. 5, if we want to be in line with policy 840, which is included there, then that $1,000 would need to be changed to $100.
That'd be number 4 on the new.
Correct.
On the new one.
And then just some context for that. So if the 1,000 should be changed to 100 to be aligned with the recent revisions for policy 840. What does it mean to be brought to the Board of Education? And I'm wondering if the intention is to be in line with the language of policy 840 to say the superintendent shall be informed in writing by the director of athletics and activities of any donation valued at $100 or more. And that's language taken directly from policy 840. I'm just wondering if everyone is okay with that adjustment.
Mr. Nichols? Yes. Yep. Anyone else? Mr. Gratz?
Yep, I agree.
Okay.
All right, number 6, which is 5, I guess, in the new version, because 1 went away. I am just wondering if a conversation was had, and if it was, please catch me up to date and we can just move forward. I am not opposed to having Booster Clubs volunteer complete the online volunteer application. However, has any thought been given to the impact of potentially limiting what I'm just coining as spontaneous volunteers? And what I mean by that, if there's an overwhelming crowd at concessions for a football game, sometimes the Booster Club will say, are there any parents who can help? If they don't have that file on form, they can't come in and help sell the popcorn and the whatever and the goods, and that could cause concessions to close down if they can't man it. So is there, or has there been some discussion to balance? I'm all for knowing who's volunteering and making sure that they're good, but if approved volunteers are not enough to facilitate the activities of the Booster Club, is admin going to step in? Is someone to keep that going? Have those discussions been had? I guess I'll pause and get a response.
Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz?
So that's a great question. You know, it is our goal to want to work with our booster clubs in those situations as such. And I think the athletic director can also step in and say, okay, yeah, we see we need help. There's parents that are available to help us out in this crunch time. Let's help, you know, with the concessions. I think we also, in the small town, got word people know each other too, right? And so, you know, moms know other moms and grandmoms know other grandmoms. And so I think it's important that we still look at the heart of the thought. And so if we're in a needed situation, I believe that'll be, I know it's not written in the policy, but I believe that'll be something that will be a case-by-case situation as long as I believe notification is made, like, hey, I need some help, and we go from there.
So a couple questions thank you. One, the athletic and activities director does not have the authority or the ability to suspend policy. So if it is our intention that the athletic and activities director has the discretion to allow spontaneous volunteers, and I'm open for that language being changed, then I think that needs to be included in the policy. So let me just pause. Is that the intention? And are there any objections? And just my other question along with that is, how long does the process to complete the online volunteer application and to receive a decision, how long does that take?
Dr. Garrison and Mr. Gratz?
So the process is, well, it depends. So once the form is submitted, we get them, we vet them based off of our internal processes, and then that person is granted the opportunity to volunteer in our district. And typically, maybe from start to finish, I wouldn't say more than a week. It depends on if it's a high volume time frame. So let's just say at the beginning of the year, when a lot of people want to come and volunteer, we get a whole lot of applications. I had to go through the process, and that could take maybe a week or two. But throughout the year, we get random applications, and those pretty much go fairly fast based off of our volume. So I wouldn't say anything over a week or so time frame to get those volunteer applications approved.
Mr. Gratz, did you want to add in anything? I'm sorry, did you say? Yeah, no, I did.
I would just add on the spontaneous volunteers piece, if we feel that language would be applicable here, I feel like we can absolutely add those in. The intent is ultimately safety. We have a lot of our booster clubs have access to our schools anytime. Some have fobs; they can get in at any point. And so we just want to make sure that whoever's utilizing those spaces, sometimes during the school day, has been properly vetted. So that's the intent, and adding maybe a layer of flexibility could benefit us as well.
So I would like to propose, and I'm open to tweaking, but Booster Club volunteers should complete the online volunteer application, or yes, to be in compliance with School Board Policy 353.1. The Booster Club is encouraged to create and maintain an approved volunteer spreadsheet. The Director of Athletic and Activities may approve spontaneous volunteers who have not completed the online volunteer application in emergency situations. And then if we just want to add some clarity, like no volunteers should be along directly working with a student that has not been approved, I think that would be appropriate. But I would love to get feedback from my colleagues.
Mr. Gratz, how often does the need for on-the-spot volunteers happen?
Not often. I mean, I would have to defer to the Booster Club specifically because I'm not at every single event. However, generally they've planned fairly well, and they know that they're going to get a rush, say at a basketball game or something of the like. So not often, but in certain scenarios where maybe they just couldn't quite get enough, we need to pull individuals that may not have the time to complete the volunteer background check application process. So I think having this language builds a layer of flexibility when needed.
Thank you. Mr. Romero?
Just in the efforts of what Ms. Levy is saying, and I see where she's going with this also as well. Well, what I think is, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe include something to include some sort of like an on-site, maybe sign in with an ID check process on site to keep track of who's volunteering and whatnot, and along the lines of what Mrs. Levy was saying about the they can only do a certain amount of things, or they cannot be alone with students and whatnot, things like that. I think because whether or not it happens frequently, if it happens one time, that still benefits our kids to be able to have that opportunity to fulfill the needs of the volunteering. And so to me, it would be a good idea to do something like that, maybe to add something in like that. That's a really good point, I think.
Mr. Nichols?
Well, I would prefer that we err on the side of caution, and I would it talks about maintain an approved volunteer spreadsheet. That each booster club ought to have a roster of volunteers approved and ready at any time, and we require our volunteers in the schools to be vetted, and I think we should do the same for I think we should err on the side of caution and not have an example that turns not so good. So I can't support that. I can support a volunteer list, and everybody has to be approved beforehand.
Mr. Romero?
In that case, then I'd like to, I don't know if you'd be able to figure out or find out from Mr. Gratz or anybody that would know some sort of a fast track pre-approval process. And then this way, in the event that does happen and someone does spontaneously volunteer, the stipulation would be that they have to, if they decide to spontaneously volunteer the next time, if there is another opportunity, they would still have to go through the normal process again, or the normal process at that point. But the fast track opportunity to do like a pre-approval, I wonder if there's a process for that, or a system that can handle that might help with the tracking as well.
Dr. Garrison or Mr. Gratz?
Like I said, we work in a small school district. There's times where we need extra support. It's just like if we were at, let's just say at at activity that's happening in the schools, you know, and people are there for a fun day, and we need extra hands to, as an example, grab bags of candy. And no, they didn't go through the volunteering process, but here we are needing help to go grab extra bags of candy. People just step in, go grab the bags of candy, and we move forward. So, like I said, we live in a small community. I know there's a lot of different, you know, needs out there, and so I would still be open to the ability for, you know, us to kind of use, you know, a discretion if we need that type of help. And again, it is far and few in between, as I understand it. But again, that'll be up to the specific boosters to really answer that question.
Mr. Gratz?
Yeah, I can see both points. To Mr. Nichols' point, I think the reason we wrote it the way we did is because we want to make sure that we have everybody approved and we're not opening ourselves up for potential liability. There's obviously, you know, there's a variety of things that could happen. There's cash handling, there's food safety standards, there's a lot of things that, you know, not saying our volunteers are necessarily there, but if we have an accurate, up-to-date roster, we can make sure that those individuals are as trained up as we can get them in the period of time that we have.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy, did you have any other questions then?
I do. I'm unclear what we're doing with 6, but I think it would actually be, when I look at policy, I try to think about, okay, practically, how would this be implemented? And with the feedback that we are hearing, it may make sense to have a event-by-event check-in sheet. So I'm unclear if we're must complete the online volunteer application process, or there is that flexibility to have spontaneous volunteers. But I think it's because, let's say something happened at a hockey game. Just looking at the master list, I mean, memories may fade. You don't know who exactly was working at that hockey game. But if you have an event sign in and that's maybe submitted to the athletic and activities secretary, and then that feeds into that master list of volunteers, I think that may be an extra layer of security for all involved. So if I could just get clarification on where we are landing as a group with number 6, that would be helpful. And then I just have one other question.
Okay, so you want to know how many board members are in favor of having the spontaneous volunteer situation?
Please.
Are there any other board members that object to having on-the-spot emergency spontaneous volunteers, other than Brian Nichols? I, like Mr. Nichols, would also prefer a little more safety. I know sometimes, especially the busy events, things can get a little chaotic sometimes. You know, so I understand that the need for the extra volunteers, but when things get that busy and chaotic, are we opening ourselves up to a situation where an unapproved volunteer jumps in? I guess I'm just really concerned with protecting the district from any liability there. Mrs. Levy, your next question?
Oh, actually, Mr. Romero has his hand raised. I'm happy to wait.
Mr. Romero?
Yeah, along those lines, I'm thinking also too, it could be a situation, or we come with some kind of policy or wording that says something along the lines of spontaneous volunteers. They have to be put in certain positions that wouldn't, like a normally vetted volunteer, would have more access to a student or whatnot safety issue than a spontaneous volunteer. For example, someone needs to go and dump a trash out. We need a volunteer to go run that. Oh, let me go run and dump a trash as opposed to serve a student. It's just an example, you know, because I'm not sure exactly what each individual situation could pertain, but maybe just the idea of what is being needed at the time would have to probably dictate what a spontaneous volunteer could and could not do, and that would probably keep us in line with looking at what particular duties that particular individual would be able to do and what not to.
Thank you. Joanne Rue?
I agree with that. I think there's a lot of opportunities for people to jump in and do things where they're not left alone with children, where there are, I mean, you just think about like the football games and the people that are helping out in the concession stands. There's lots of people around. I think there are definitely times where it's very important that we make sure that security checks are done and background checks are done. And I think maybe it would make sense for us to outline like when it's necessary or not necessary, maybe.
I have a suggestion, if that's okay.
I'm open to suggestions.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get the concept down and then we can work on wording. It seems like most of us are comfortable with spontaneous volunteers as long as they don't have direct access without supervision to children or money. Am I not reading the room correctly? All right. So if we could reword 6 in the original, which is 5 in the final, Booster Club volunteers should complete the online volunteer application to be in compliance with School Board Policy 353.1. Spontaneous volunteers will be permitted at the discretion of the Director of Athletics and Activities, but cannot have access to children or money unsupervised. Is everyone or most of us okay with that? And then the only thing that's remaining is the Booster Club must create and maintain an approved volunteer spreadsheet.
I can be in support of that. And okay.
Does that need to be repeated? All right, I'm getting ahead now. Okay. Let's see if I can repeat that. Booster Club volunteers should complete the online volunteer application to be in compliance with School Board Policy 353.1. Spontaneous volunteers can be approved at the discretion of the Athletics and Activities, or Director of Athletics and Activities, but cannot have unsupervised access to children or money. The Booster Club board must create and maintain an approved volunteer spreadsheet.
Joanne Rue?
Oh, okay, so you're doing a great job with adding all this information in there, Mrs. Levy. Okay, so my one other thing is, like, how often can you be a volunteer on the spot kind of person without it becoming all right, you're doing this all the time? Because that seems like that's where the loophole where someone could sneak in and do something not okay.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do we need a separate policy for emergency volunteers? Rule 1. Yep.
Can I?
Oh, Dr. Garrison?
Sure. I mean, I like where we're going with it. I think Mrs. Levy's thoughts is capturing kind of where we are with the emergency volunteers stepping up, or I know we're using the word spontaneous, but I think we should probably use the word emergency volunteers. Okay, cool. So I think we should say emergency volunteers because that's kind of what this is. Like, we need some help. This emergency volunteer steps in. They step in. They can only, do things that's not necessarily tagged to students and or money, and we're off to the races. I think that's where we are. I think that's where we need to stay. Otherwise, we'll start getting into what about this, what about that, and then that turns into something different. So that's just the administration's recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Are there any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
Okay, final thing. In the original, well, I'm not going to say original. In the version of this policy that we reviewed on April 15th, it listed some things, and or let me be more specific. The following list are requirements of the state of Wisconsin for booster club. Booster clubs must. And it seems like everything that was on that list has been absorbed in the policy, with the exception of addressing liquor. And I'm wondering if there was a discussion, so in the version that we reviewed on April 15th, where it said the booster clubs must follow, number 5 of that was not allow alcohol at events where students are present. And I'm noticing that the alcohol question or consideration is not being addressed in this current policy. And my question is, one, is there a reason for that omission?
Mr. Gratz?
Any omission from that was just likely because it's implied with school district events. However, I can see why we may want to put it in. Tobacco products, weapons, alcohol, those types of things are prohibited on school property. But again, while it is implied, if we want to be as clear as possible, then we can absolutely add that piece in.
Just my personal opinion, I don't think there's anything applied in policy. Policy is policy. And I get where you're going if the booster club is providing the service on school grounds. But for example, a lot of our students perform at the Gap, and the booster clubs bring out that collection bucket. And so under this policy, which you're saying is implied, I think it needs to be addressed. If we include that liquor statement, that could no longer happen. Not that kids couldn't perform there, I think that's a separate bucket, but booster clubs could not be active in that activity if we are addressing no liquor at events. So I just want us to be intentional and not think that something is applied if it's not written.
Mr. Gratz, if I'm understanding what you're saying, that we have protection in this area because we do not allow liquor on school grounds, but this policy, because it's not making reference to alcohol, if there is a group that wants to perform at a restaurant or a pub that serves alcohol, the booster club can be involved in that. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we have, obviously our boosters engage in a variety of different things to raise money. I can't say specifically if they do or do not have alcohol at any events. But again, I'm open to adding it back if the board feels we need to do it.
Dr. Garrison?
I'm fine with, what Mr. Grass just mentioned. I believe that there's events that happens in the community that our students participate in, and at restaurants or at pubs, and there's been some long-standing traditions here, and so we're not trying to be restrictive in that space. And so, when I was thinking about this policy, it's definitely related to stuff that's happening on campus. But if boosters want to participate in things that are off campus, I would be fine with them doing that. And if those establishments, have alcohol, and as long as our students aren't participating in the alcoholic space, then raising money for our students is a space that we've operated in here in the district for many years. So I'm at the discretion of the board.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy?
Actually, Ms. Rue has her hand up. I'm happy to wait.
Joanne Rue?
Sorry, going back to the emergency volunteers, I think we need to have some way of documenting who has been emergency volunteers, so we catch if there's a pattern of someone managing to volunteer lots of places without having to do a background check. I don't know if this is the right place to bring that up or not, but I still think that there's a place for us to be aware that some people might have bad intentions, and we need to make sure that we're very careful where we allow them at.
Thank you. Any other discussion on booster clubs?
May I address that? And then I just had one thing for clarification. Would you be more comfortable if we go back to what in the final is number 5 with that last sentence? The booster club must create and maintain an approved volunteer spreadsheet, including any emergency volunteers that work events. So that would...
Like, could it be pending full background check completion, something like that? So they could help out until it's done. I mean, I don't know.
My only concern is the enforcement. So I get where you're going. So if we have an emergency volunteer, that the act of being an emergency volunteer means that you need to complete this. But how do we enforce that? Because I don't want to have policies that we don't enforce.
Okay, I was unclear. I thought that we were saying, oh, it's an emergency, you don't have to fill out a form. But as long as everybody's filling out a form, I'm okay.
No, with the first part is, okay, the first part is accurate. So ideally, we want volunteers to fill out the form.
Yeah.
But if we have an emergency, we will accept your help as long as you are not working directly with students or money unsupervised. But it sounds like what you're doing is like a next step. If you served as an emergency volunteer, you need to then fill out am I understanding that correctly? You need to fill out the form.
So, like, I love how you are very careful about your wording with policy stuff. And this is one of those slippery areas where if someone does have less than good intentions, this seems like a loophole where you sneak in. And so I'm just very cautious in allowing something where there isn't a paper trail following them. You know, like, I get one time, you know, my husband would be the first one to empty the trash for you every time. But we don't want it to become a habit of someone saying, oh yeah, I just go in and I do this and they need help, so I just step up and help out. I think at a certain point we need to say, all right, we see you, you help us, we appreciate it, and now we need to make it official.
So I think it could be remedied with 2 things. One, if we add to the booster club must create and maintain an approved volunteer sheet, including emergency volunteers. And then no individual can serve as an emergency volunteer more than twice. Would that, okay.
It is 8:31, so I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting a half hour.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Mrs. Levy, I believe you had the floor.
So does anything need to be repeated for the updated number 5?
Would you just please reread your suggestion one more
I
time?
will do my best. Booster Club volunteers should complete the online volunteer application to be in compliance with School Board Policy 353.1. Booster clubs must create and maintain an approved volunteer spreadsheet, including emergency volunteers. No individual, we need the clause about emergency volunteers can be approved at the discretion of the Director of Athletic and Activities, but cannot work directly with children or money unsupervised. No individual can serve as an emergency volunteer more than twice. I think that covers everything.
Thank you.
And then just my final point of clarification, Mr. Gratz, you were saying that the alcohol piece is implied. So I just want to make very clear, we are not addressing alcohol because nothing is implied. And I don't know if that is I want to be clear. Our position is we are not addressing alcohol off of school grounds unless there's something that I'm missing. Because if we are addressing alcohol off of school grounds, my question, and not saying that's right or wrong, my question is, have booster clubs been made aware of that? Because that would restrict some of the fundraising that is currently happening.
Mr. Gratz?
Sorry. To the first point, I think it would be almost impossible to maintain enforcement of off of school grounds alcohol usage at events. And to the second point, the implication is on school grounds based on being a K-12 environment. So they can't bring alcohol and sell it in schools around students. Out of school, like I said, I just don't think we have the bandwidth to be able to enforce that type of policy. For example, if we have individuals volunteering at the Brewer games or ABC Supply Stadium and at those games, not our events, but games that those professional teams are playing, and they sell alcohol and our students are there doing parking for the booster club to raise money, there's no way we could enforce it at that point.
Thank you. Any, Joanne Rue? Are there any other questions or comments regarding the Booster Club policy? And I will specifically ask Board Member Hankins, because you're on the phone and I can't see if you have your hand up.
No, I'm good, Board President.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. Just the final point. I believe that this is the first reading because when it was slated for a first reading, the decision was to kick it back to policy. And I think with all of the adjustments that we just made, it may be prudent to allow folks to review this. If anyone wants to come give public comment, if any board members have additional questions, that this will serve as the first reading for this policy. And then my other question is, when does this go into effect? Does this go into effect after the second reading? Because all of our current booster clubs need to do all of these things by July 1st. Or does this go into effect at some other date beyond the second reading?
Thank you. Vice President Nichols or Michelle Shope, can either of you clarify if this is the first reading or the second reading?
Well, I'm not absolutely clear, but this policy has been discussed multiple times, so I would move that we waive the first reading and go straight to second reading with these adjustments.
Mrs. Shope, is that your recollection or?
I'm not sure.
I can say that this policy has been on agendas since February, and it has come to the board. I do know that when the board looked at it and reviewed it, they did send it back to the committee, and it did go back to committee. But for me, it makes no difference to me personally. I just looked at it as it had gone to the board once, so now it was coming back to the board again as a second time. But it's up to the board how you guys want to view it.
Thank you. If there is no more discussion.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The implementation date, if we could just be certain on that.
Sorry. Yeah, this wouldn't be in place until the following year. Mr. Grasson, is that what we discussed? This year, I'm sorry, 25-26 school year. Because, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the following
the upcoming
year.
school year, 25-26.
Correct, 25-26. However, yes, that's correct. 25-26. I'm stuck in 24-25.
Then,
sorry.
May I? Then that means July 1st, 2025. All of our booster clubs need to be compliant or they are defunct. So I just want to be, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I just want us to be clear. That's in like 6-7 weeks.
So with that being stated, I believe we should have some leniency in this space. And I say leniency very kindly because that is true. When we brought this to the table, this was earlier in the year, and now we are, of course, where we are. I do want our booster clubs to be functioning because we do need their support. I would be open if the board would be okay with us starting this September. That gives us a little bit more time in the space for boards to be, for booster clubs to be compliant.
May I? Oh.
Mrs. Levy?
Again, I'm not saying what is right, what is wrong, but if you set this to go into effect on September, really you're setting this to go into effect July 1st, 2026. Because all of the things around bank statements, if this goes into effect in September, they have to provide those by July. Does that make sense?
Mr. Gratz, what are your thoughts on the implementation date on this?
So, knowing this policy was heading toward board vote, we began conversations with our booster clubs around the policy, and so they've been aware since February, some earlier than that, that this was coming. Most have already said, "Yep, we're good to go. We can provide that information." And a lot of them have started submitting volunteer application forms, and so they're in process already, trying to become compliant. So I'm comfortable with keeping it July 1st, and if we want it to be in place this year, we want to make sure we're no longer leaving ourselves open for potential issues. So the earlier the better, but again, we don't want to push out any groups. So I can see both points. But again, I think because it's been, to Ms. Shope's point, because it's been on agendas since February, we've given ample time to get to the point of compliance.
Mr. Gratz, how many booster clubs are there?
We have 6 known boosters currently.
And do you know exactly how many are ready to, are in compliance with this proposed policy?
5 have confirmed they're in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members with questions or discussions before I will entertain a motion for item J?
I move approval for item 7J as a first reading, as amended.
Is there a second?
Second?
We have a motion by Amy Levy, a second by who? I'm sorry, who made the second? I did, sorry. Megan Miller. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
Aye. Motion carries 4-3. The next item, the contracted services purchase approval. I had pulled this item because it didn't come from the TLE. I know Dr. Garrison wanted to speak to it, but we just spent over 42 minutes on the Booster Club. I would entertain a motion that we just send this to the TLE meeting since they are meeting on Tuesday?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Juan Romero. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is...
Point Point of clarification.
Yes.
It was Brian Nichols and Juan Romero that moved to bring it up at TLE next week.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Our next item is human resources. Are there any open session questions that have not been answered regarding Exhibit A? Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. I just have one, and I want to keep it general so we can keep this discussion in open session. It's my understanding that at least one of the individuals slated for economic layoff has accepted another position. So I would like to ask the administration, is Exhibit A accurate as it is listed? Do any edits need to be made? And I guess my embedded question in that is, can you have a status of economic layoff in one district and have a current contract in a different district?
Dr. Garrison?
So to answer your first question, an economic layoff naturally is due to economic reasons, and we could ask to bring them back if funds, become available. So I think that part is clear. The second part of your question is geared towards the legality of can you have two. Once the economic layoff happens, they are actually laid off from the school district, so they could actually have another contract in another district.
Okay, so just for clarification, we are fine with listing individuals with a status of economic layoff in our district, even if they have an active contract in another district?
Yes, ma'am, because they are no longer working for our school district.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other open session questions for Exhibit A? Are there any closed session questions for Exhibit A? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion for Exhibit HR Committee Report Employment Recommendations, Exhibit A.
I move approval of Employee Recommendation Exhibit A as presented.
Is there a second?
Second?
We have a motion for approval by Amy Levy, a second by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Mrs. Schultz, may we please get a roll? Oh, okay, we do have one board member question. Mrs. Miller?
Yeah, no, thank you. Sorry, I appreciate you giving that opportunity for discussion. Yeah, I guess I just, for the record, I mean, nobody sitting up here, I'm sure, wants to make any cuts at all. I'll just speak for myself, to any of our positions. I mean, we need to maintain capacity and respect the work and value added of all the people and positions that are in our district. And I just think that, we as a board directed Dr. Garrison to present a budget in June that was balanced, and we have not given any guidance since then. And so given that this was the direction that we chose to go to as a board, and the outcome of the referendum and no further discussion about any other directives, I guess I just wanted to put that out there because I know that there are people on this list who have given a decade and close to it to our kids, to our community, to our district, and I just want to honor and respect their work, their contributions, and I'm very hopeful that the state budget will put us in a situation where a lot of these cuts become reversed.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mrs. Schultz, may we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Joanne Rue?
Are we voting or are we roll calling?
Yeah, we are doing a roll call vote on
Okay.
approval of Exhibit A.
Okay. No.
Megan Miller?
Aye.
Brian Nichols?
Nay.
Tom Hankins? I'm sorry, could you please clarify?
N-A-Y.
Thank you. Amy Levy,
Aye.
Juan Romero,
Nay.
and Tia Johnson.
Nay.
Motion failed.
May I entertain a motion for approval of the resignations, retirements, and support recommendations from Exhibit A?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion for approval of resignation, retirements, and support on Exhibit A from Joanne Rue, seconded by Juan Romero. I'll tell you what, you guys, having the same initials really screws up my notation.
Maybe I might suggest just using our last names.
But then I would have to write your entire name.
Sorry, that's what you're a teacher, right?
Mrs. Schultz, may we please have a roll call? I'm sorry, discussion. Megan Miller?
Thank you so much. So given that we just did not accept Exhibit A and the cuts that we asked, I'm sorry, are you, can you, the motion that you just made is to approve the resignations and retirements, right? Okay, so.
Resignation, retirements,
Perfect.
and support.
And support. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely it doesn't feel good to vote to make these cuts either. I'm just curious, since this was our board directive to Dr. Garrison and we haven't given him any other directive, and the ad hoc committee, I believe, also is in a state of approval of these recommendations. I guess I'm just unclear about what the plan is to move forward, or if we're going to be having. I mean, are we entertaining like a deficit budget, for example, which is something that I would personally be in favor of? Just speaking 1 of 7 to keep these positions. Like, for example, I just would love some clarity on kind of what our thinking is.
To my knowledge, we did not give the administration any directive regarding the these cuts. I do not recall this board giving Dr. Garrison a directive on these cuts. So maybe you can enlighten me what you are making reference to.
I would love to, yeah, like in the spirit of being constructive and seeking clarity. The last time that I recall us having an in-depth discussion about our budget and priorities, we did our board goals, and we, in the course of, since we convened the ad hoc committee, which was in late July, I believe, through when we approved the budget in late October, the message consistently was, Dr. Garrison, please bring us a balanced budget. By June, we talked about, I think Mr. Nichols did a really nice job kind of articulating his vision, right, for the budget timeline, which I think all of us were, in consensus with. And so I guess I'm just unclear what has changed between now and then, given that we asked for a balanced budget by June. We received multiple updates, and the ad hoc committee got all these, weighed in on all this stuff, right, since November. For this year's budget, so that he could bring us a balanced budget by June, right? So that's where I'm coming from. I'm not, so please help me understand where the rest of us are at.
Well, I can't speak for each individual board member, but I am all in favor of us getting to a balanced budget, and I personally would entertain having a preliminary deficit budget. But a budget is more than just all of these cuts. So I would like perhaps a broader discussion, which I had requested that we have a workshop with the administrators, the cabinet, the building administrators, the BEA executive team on May 17th, but it was not, wasn't something that was agreed on at that time, so this is how we're doing it, I guess.
No, I appreciate the clarity. I guess just final thoughts on that. I think the time for us to have had those conversations was probably like prior to the referendum vote, just like we asked the administration to bring forward, prepare 2 budgets, right? Like Plan A, Plan B. I think in retrospect, like that would have been something wise for us to do prior to, because, you know, there's like contracts there's like a statutory requirement for all that kind of stuff. So just throwing that out there, and since because of those statutory requirements and things that I'm sure that I don't know about that have to do with that, just for future reference and discussion, I am fully in favor of passing, or at least operating under the assumption that we will have a deficit budget then to cover these pieces, since we didn't kind of do our part ahead of time and give that direction prior to now to the administration.
Again, I don't recall this board giving Dr. Garrison any directive on these cuts.
I have a question.
Certainly, I see Board Member Levy has her hand up, so I will open the floor to her first.
Thank you. I just wanted to let me my hand down before I forget. Absolutely. We as a board gave Dr. Garrison and the administration the directive to bring us a balanced budget by June. Personally, I think it is unfair not to move forward, because just like you're saying, which you're correct, we didn't give him directives on what to cut. We also did not give him directives on what not to cut. And so now we find ourselves in a position where the administration did what we asked the administration to do, and we are, in my opinion, at the 11th hour saying, well, I don't like the way you did it. And I don't think that's fair, because you are absolutely correct. We did not tell him to cut these positions. And I am confident that no one is excited to see these cuts. These are heartbreaking. But we also didn't tell the administration what to make sure you save and protect. And for that reason, I don't think it's fair at the end of May to say you did the thing we asked you to do, but we don't like the way you did it. And if we had certain specificity around don't touch this, protect that, we should have given that directive when we gave the directive to present a balanced budget by June.
Thank you. Mr. Romero?
Sorry, along the lines of what Mrs. Levy was saying, wouldn't that require the board to step out of its lane? For example, if she's saying to, we didn't direct him to, and I say we as just because I'm on the board now, we didn't tell him which positions to keep. I mean, I'm under the impression that we're not supposed to tell him specifically. For just throwing an example, this particular position needs to be gone, this one needs to be gone, this one needs to be gone. And I would think I wouldn't have to, and this is me, if I was on the decision making of what the directive would be, I wouldn't have to tell my superintendent to look at only getting rid of these, only getting rid of that, because that's not necessarily my position to say. What I could have said is, student-facing positions are most effective, whether they're there and they're really, impactful. If they're not, if they're there or they're not, it's more impactful. With that being said, that's probably some of the issue that might be going on. I'm not saying it is for everybody, but I wouldn't expect to have to reiterate that at that point. Where there's some things that could have been maybe handled differently or maybe redistributed differently or whatnot. Again, it's trying to stay in the lane of the board versus a micromanagement position. It's not what I'm out there to do either as well. So that's just a thought.
May I respond to Mr. Romero's question to me?
Briefly, please.
Absolutely. Just my opinion. If you are saying we need to stay in our lane and not tell him what not to cut, then I think that same logic applies. Then we shouldn't tell him what to cut. You can't have it both ways. So if you believe you can tell him, which I think that's a part of guidance, I think it's wholly appropriate for the board to say to the administration, we want a balanced budget and don't touch these things. I think it's wholly inappropriate for us to say we want a balanced budget and not give specifics, and then when the administration provides what we asked for, say that's not the way we wanted it. Just my opinion.
Can I respond to that?
Quickly.
Okay. I would ask for clarification in regards to don't touch these specific things. That's kind of where that line would be iffy. You can also guide and say, I want to see, for example, 5% cuts in this department, or I want to see 5% cuts in that department, without specifically saying, get rid of these positions here, specifically here. So that didn't happen. I don't know if it did or not. How that was decided, that's how it was decided. That's just an opinion.
Joanne Rue?
So as a member of the ad hoc committee, I think the message was sent many times to stay away more from positions that were ones where students were directly impacted. And my vote, because I can only speak for me, is that I want to do whatever we can to make sure our next referendum passes. And what I hear from community members, from teachers, from administrators in our district is the same thing. And so representing the people that have spoken to me, that's why my vote is as it is.
Thank you. Any other? Dr. Garrison?
So let me just put this on the table for the board to clearly understand what is happening right now. Exhibit A's have been approved in this district. I don't even know for how long. To my knowledge, this is one of the first Exhibit A's that has not been approved. That's precedent. And in that space, I also believe that from a district administration perspective, there's been a lot of work put into this conversation over time, my staff. This district has had these conversations with employees. And if you look at this Exhibit A, all of our teachers have a job lined up for them next year. There's transfers here that we're not approving. I'm just trying to figure out, there's positions here that we don't have anymore in district, and we're not approving those. For example, the Chief of Communications and Marketing, the Director of Instructional Leadership in STEM. These positions have been gone for quite some time now, and we're not approving those. So it's like we're adding money back to the deficit that we're supposed to be taking away from. The instructional coaches, as an example here, and I want to be very transparent because this does impact our overall deficit budget, in which we were tasked to bring you all a balanced budget. The instructional coaches here, they were in Fund 10, that we're moving them into our grant, and now we're stopping that even from moving forward. From a district administration perspective, there is some confusion here because I understand that there are economic layoffs here, and I understand that there are people that we are impacting in this space. But we also put out in our referendum conversations for months that we were going down this path. Months. And I just don't understand. I want the board to understand, not I don't understand. I want the board to understand that, again, this is precedent that we're setting right now. At this point now, without Exhibit A being moved forward, I cannot bring a balanced budget to the table by end of June. Without Exhibit A moving forward, I cannot bring a balanced budget to the table by the end of June. And that was my goal, that was my task, that was what was asked of me from this board, really all the way dating back to last year, that we wanted to have a balanced budget at the end of the school year. And I've been moving towards that. Millions of dollars have been moved toward this conversation, and it's still capturing where we are. The economic layoffs, again, we can bring these people back if funds change in the fall, I'm sorry, in the, one could argue in the summer. And again, this is one of those places where I have to say to the board, without Exhibit A moving forward, there will not be a balanced budget being presented by the end of June. And I don't know how else I can move that conversation forward, because what you see here is about $3.5 million that's accounted for in this exhibit.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. It is 9:03. I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting by half an hour.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
There has been conversations about other positions that are still to be looked at in the next deficit, because again, behind this deficit is another deficit that we have to address. And so we are still in the conversation. So with these being possibly moved forward, if someone would like to make an amendment or withdraw the previous motion, with these being moved forward, we still can do the other things that the district is looking, well, maybe the board is asking me to do. Those things can still happen. The summertime hasn't even gotten here yet. We haven't gotten our preliminary budget presented to the board yet, which we would have been prepared for moving forward if this Exhibit A would have been in place. The preliminary budget from the state hasn't even came to us. And so there's a space in which, as a district administration, I'm again humbly asking the board to reconsider this space, because of not only what position it puts us in, but also what we put the district back in.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Juan Romero?
Just a quick thing here. President Johnson, Dr. Garrison states that in the history of all Exhibit A's, this is a precedence. You have to ask yourself why. Has that question really been asked? And therefore, the feedback that you're given, there's no, I could tell you, for example, what I've asked for partially has been answered, but not completely, and I was just waiting to see what comes to fruition, and we've talked about things like that. It's not the first time you've heard that from me. And, you're justifying cuts, justification on the other end for certain areas should probably be justified as well, and that's my opinion. So you have to ask yourself why. There's more information that probably people are still needing, or that's not come through, and I know I've requested information that still needs to be obtained and whatnot as well. But at the end of the day, you have to really, figure out why, and then figure out what's going on and where people are thinking that, as far as that goes. So there's things like, for example, Mrs. Rue brought up the ad hoc suggesting, to look at certain things before others. That's a conversation as well. Also, it weighs heavily on the minds of a lot of people, and that's where, that's where I'm at. Basically, that's how it sits for me.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. In response to your statement, to my knowledge, yes, this is unprecedented that the board is denying all of these recommendations on Exhibit A. There have been times when some items on Exhibit A have been denied, while others approved. And this is unprecedented, but this is also an unprecedented time. And just like last year, last year was unprecedented. The time before that, it was unprecedented. But each time is different. So each time, you being unique, it's unprecedented. This is also, this year, the cuts are coming on Exhibit A, whereas last year, the cuts we worked through separately off of an Exhibit A. So hopefully that's giving you some clarity as to some of the confusion here. Dr. Garrison?
Sure, and I think in the previous years, we didn't bring it to you all like this. We did not. We made the changes in our district, and we balanced the budget, and we kept moving into the next conversation. That's what we did. And in my conversation, there's been so many conversations around the district not being transparent. And I've given this information to the board and to the ad hoc committee and to the BEA. I mean, we've had many conversations in this space. And this was a way for us to be, once again, transparent. That's what I was asked to bring to the conversation. This is transparency. Now, I could have just not have done this and balanced the budget and brought a balanced budget to the conversation, but then it would have been possible other conversations, right? And so for me, I'm in this, the district is in this space where we are struggling with our finances. But in this space here, one of the best paths forward is what I'm presenting in the conversation. One of the best paths forwards. I didn't say this was the only. This is one of the best paths forward. We can still get to those other spaces that I believe people may be looking for. But it can't be absent of some of the things that are happening that's needed right here on this piece of paper. 3.5 million, 3.4, don't quote me on that right now, but $3.5 million is not just gonna fall out of the sky in the school district of Beloit when we're already tight on every edge. This is my job. I understand this conversation very clearly. And my staff also understand this conversation very clearly. Again, I was trying to be transparent in bringing this to the board, yet an unprecedented thing has happened, and that was not my intentions at all. Had I known that, maybe this was I would have just balanced the budget and brought it to you all, and we would have been moving forward. That's a space that, to be honest with you all, I didn't think you all wanted me to do, and I brought this in good faith multiple times, sharing what could happen if we did not get to the 6.2, or if this doesn't happen within the $6.2 million. Right now, with this being in place, I do believe I could present a balanced budget by the end of June and still do the things that we're asking to do. Again, I understand these economic layoffs, but all these other great areas, those are positions and spaces in which we need to transfer, move people to get to that $6.2 million. And those great areas, that shouldn't be paused if that's what's giving people pause.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Mr. Romero, is your hand up continuing or? Thank you. Board Member Megan Miller.
Thank you. This has been a really good and I think valuable discussion. And so I want to honor that, but I also want to kind of be solutions focused and maybe offer maybe a Band-Aid sort of compromise. So my two-part question, it's kind of the same thing. One, would the board be willing to amend the motion to approve all but the economic layoffs for the time being? But the other side of that coin then is, I would like us to just, for the record, in the interest of cohesion and clarity, so that we can continue to work through this, can we pair this with, I don't know, it has to be a motion or just consensus that we will be willing to accept a deficit budget? And then just a recommendation to set expectations. The state budget is preliminarily communicated, but we don't get final numbers per statute from DPI until October 15th. So if we were going to go through down that path, we would have to maybe all mutually agree to or find consensus that we would give the latitude to the administration in collaboration with the ad hoc committee and the board to bring us a balanced budget by the middle of October then, which is a deviation from where I think we were originally. So just to summarize and to be very clear, my direct question is, are we open to an amendment to the motion to approve, at least for right now, all but the economic layoffs? And can that amendment be paired with
consensus or a statement around giving latitude to the administration to present us with the deficit budget. Not saying that they will. Dr. Garrison just say there's other stuff, but I want to make sure that since we're kind of changing things, that we're going to be collaborative to that end.
Board President Johnson, I have a point of order.
Yes.
So since the motion has already passed, we couldn't amend it, but there can be a motion to reconsider, but it needs to come from one of the folks that voted for the prevailing side.
Board President Johnson, may I respond, or would you like
Certainly.
to clarify? Sorry, Board Member Levy, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's currently is a motion on the table to pass the resignations, retirements, and support portion. So there is a new motion, and I'm just wondering if people are opening to amending the current motion on the table to include the entirety of Exhibit A without sans, I guess, like just the economic layoffs.
Please forgive me. I thought we already voted and that passed 5-2. Thank you.
I just want to add to the board, with this exhibit fully passed, the budget that comes, preliminary budget that comes from the state, my 6.2 is already taken care of. We will be able to present that balanced budget even without what may not come from the state. That's how strong this work has been put in place based off of what y'all gave me to do. That's how, now that statement alone, that's how serious we are. That's how serious you all put me in to make sure we balance this budget. So even without having stuff that comes from the state, this exhibit will give us that space. With the other things that we still have on the plate to come, which is some of the technology information, some of the HES contracts, and of course the BEA space, like those things will balance, with the Exhibit A will balance our budget. That is as strong as you can get as a position for a school district with our situations that we're dealing with. So I just want to make sure I add that so that everyone clearly hears that.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. This is the second time the Exhibit A is before the board, so I will give you that. We did know that the assistant principals were up for consideration as early as January. The specifics of the grade areas, including some of the economic layoffs, those are not since January and have not been discussed in detail. I feel like, me personally, I have spoken to you and made my opinion known multiple times over that I would prefer for you to look deeper into the COLAC positions before we start looking deep into cutting more of our teaching and instructional positions. That's my personal, again, that's just what I have said over and over ad nauseum, and that's just me, and part of the reason why I'm not in favor of this set of reductions. Mr. Hankins?
Yes. And like Valeria, I agree. I understand both sides. I agree with Board President Johnson more than I agree with Dr. Garrison. I think the proposed reductions, cuts, do not reflect what I heard even through the whole referendum time, and people wanted to keep and I said, like many of us, that we were going to try and keep support for our students in the classroom. And to me, everything else was on the table. That the classroom support, face-to-face time with students was like a sacred cow. And everything else could be looked at, and whatever could be pushed off till next year's referendum, push it off. But I wasn't going to do it on the back of in-class teacher support. And that's the reason I do not jump at Exhibit A. I think it was, and I know there was a lot of resignations put on the table right away, so it makes it, somewhat easier figure to play with when you're given that and that number. The harder part is to find the cuts without disrupting. We have X amount of students, we need to teach them properly, and getting the right ratios and not cutting back so we don't have the staff to support them. I just think there's other ways we could reconfigure and get some efficiencies back to our school buildings where we're using them at their most efficient levels, i.e. sharing their staff with the strong. With it was just a way to reconfigure it differently rather than just cut. And that's why I do agree with Board President Johnson that I also said that out loud many times, that I was going to try not to make these reductions on the backs of the teachers and the support staff within those school buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins.
There's been multiple conversations about our school district and COLAC and the needs around reductions in this space. I have shared with the board, and I have shared with in many conversations around what we have reduced here. There has not been a building in this school district that's reduced more in this district than this building. And I want to make that very clear and honest at any given time. This building has had multiple reductions. And as it pertains to the economic layoffs, again, those are economic layoffs. If the budget comes into our favor, we can bring those positions back. And I think that's a space that I wanted to make sure, again, we note in this space, because I think it gets missing when we see it as it's presented, as if, this is what we want to do. That's why they're labeled as an economic layoff, because of our funding mechanism that we have to wait on, which I know we're going to get some additional funding from the state. We just don't know what yet. And when that comes in, we could easily bring some of these opportunities back and still meet our $6.2 million deficit request or expectation.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Board Member Rue.
Dr. Garrison, couldn't the same thing be said for positions at COLAC, and it would affect children less in the short term than cutting at the school level and then bringing those back?
Dr. Garrison?
Yes, and here's the second part of that statement. We have back-to-back deficits. And I think whether they're on now or they're on later, as it pertains to like economic layoffs, I feel like that's the missing space. And there's still not a promise and unfortunately, there's not a promise that any referendum is going to pass. And we'll be right back in that same 10 or more, millions of dollars worth of deficit. So that can go either way, Mrs. Rue.
Mr. Romero?
I just wanted to reiterate something that I have mentioned to Dr. Garrison. He has in our conversation mentioned that to me as well. The same statement about the back-to-backs. If not cutting now, we can cut later. However, what I want to let be known, what I did let him know, from my point of view, you start at the top. Change starts at the top. You start at the top so you don't have to do it later. If those cuts come down, like we talked about the budget in October, it could be that the funds come back. At that point, then let's bring it back. If we absolutely need it, let's bring it back. To Mrs. Rue's statement about couldn't this opposite be said, it's the same thing, it's the same concept. So in the event that we had to do another cut, then we already know we can't do it at the top because we've already done that. It's already skeleton crew there. Then we have no other choice at that point. Right now we have a slim choice to do something different. And that's something that I've expressed to Dr. Garrison, and I just want that to be reminded as well. So I understand where he's coming from, and I do recognize the hard work and a lot of the time that has been put into this out here already. However, it seems to me it's been the same plan again. It's just minus the approved, positions that we already, the resignations, terminations that we've already approved on. But it's the same thing. Nothing much has really changed here regarding that. There's still attrition positions that have been, might have added or might have not, but they're still being held on to for whatever reason. That's my opinion. It's kind of like the flip side of versus it's still where you start. And I think he's starting at one end versus my idea of starting at a different end.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Board Member Miller?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion on the table to also include the approval of Exhibit A, sans the economic reductions, with a short-term deficit budget.
Mrs. Shope, did you get that motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies.
Can I try one more?
You
'Cause
most certainly can.
Move us forward here. Okay, just to be clear, I understand that we're not all. I mean, that's what a compromise is, right? And it sounds like these are again really important and nuanced, valuable points that are being raised by everybody. We're going to need more time to work through this, so I just would like to move us forward as best we can with things that aren't impacting the issues that people have brought up. So could we try a motion to amend the motion on the table to include the approval of Exhibit A without the economic reductions?
Second.
We have a motion to amend the motion on the table to, help me out here.
To amend the motion on the table with the approval of Exhibit A without the economic reductions, like period. So everything that you guys said plus the gray spaces.
Economic layoffs.
Oh, did I? Yeah.
Oh.
Did I say it?
Economic layoff.
Here, go ahead. Yeah. However you want to say it.
That's what it's like.
Perfect. Layoffs. Yeah.
Okay, so you are amending this to approve the resignations, the retirements, the support, and all of the gray spaces, which are not the economic layoff.
Yes, and just to clarify, I apologize. I said reductions, but Brian, thank you for correcting me. What I meant to say was economic layoffs. Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. Because there are savings there that are not I don't hear any contention around those in the discussion.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mrs. Shope, may we please get a roll call on approval of the amendment of Exhibit A amendment to include the economic layoffs?
Sorry, so amend.
No, not to include everything except save the economic layoffs. Thank you.
Yes, and may I get who seconded the amendment?
Amy Levy.
Thank you. Okay, Juan Romero,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Tom Hankins, Tom Hankins,
Why don't you come back to him,
okay.
please?
Brian Nichols,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joanne Rue,
Nay.
Tom Hankins, Tia Johnson?
Nay.
And one more time for Tom Hankins? So I have that the motion failed 2-4 and that Tom was not present for the vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Shope, can we get a roll call on the approval of the original motion of Exhibit A, just the resignation, retirements, and support?
Yes. Joanne Rue?
Aye.
Megan Miller?
Nay?
Brian Nichols?
Aye.
Tom Hankins? Amy Levy?
Nay.
Juan Romero?
Aye.
Tom Hankins? Tia Johnson?
Aye.
And one last time for Tom Hankins. So I have that carried 4-2 with Tom Hankins not present.
Thank you. Our next item, executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent B of the Wisconsin State Statutes, considering formal employee discipline / right to hearing pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to employment, promotion, evaluation items pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent E of the Wisconsin State Statute relative to property negotiations, public funds, pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent F of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering the disciplinary data and the investigation of charges against a specific person, which, if discussed in public, would likely to have a substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person involved in such investigation, and Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent G of the Wisconsin State Statutes for conferring with legal counsel regarding who is rendering oral or written advice. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Brian Nichols, second.
Second.
Second by Juan Romero. The items we are going into closed session for: the sale of real property and Century 21 strategy discussion, approval of closed session minutes, superintendent evaluation, and specific personnel or the investigations, conferring with legal counsel. Mrs. Shope, any discussion? Mrs. Shope, may we please get a roll call?
Yes. Juan Romero?
Aye.
Amy Levy?
Aye.
Tom Hankins?
He said his phone is acting up.
Brian Nichols?
Aye.
Megan Miller?
Aye.
Joanne Rue?
Aye.
And Tia Johnson?
Aye.
Motion carried 6-1, not present.
Thank you. The Board of Education may reconvene to public session in order to take any action, if necessary, on items discussed in closed session.